Welcome, everyone. I guess we're just waiting on them to get started. These things almost never get started right on time, unless we're talking about old Judge Wolf, my favorite judge that I've covered here so far. Yeah, this isn't a Tennessee case, so we won't be hearing from Judge Wolf on this case. And Matt Bond, that link is in the chat for you, so you have to excuse me. I have to get some breakfast in me real quick. I hate to pull a MGL and eat on a stream, but this is going to be a long one, so you're just going to have to deal. What's up, man?
Hey, bro. Morning, everyone.
Did you make
in
it?
for a long night.
Well, here it's going to be a long day, but yeah. What do you got any idea what we have to expect today?
One sec.
Sure.
I think I got rid of the echo now.
Yeah, I didn't hear one on your on my end here, so
Okay, cool.
At least we're good here.
I think I left my YouTube open, so I had an echo. Not sure what we're gonna have today. We had 2 short days, Thursday and Friday. So I dare say
that basically means we can expect a little bit more today because they're going to try to squeeze in as much as they can. Because
I think the prosecution will have a bit of catch up to do, but then now that they've got to after he left the school, there's not much left of there's not really much detail left of what happened. So in regards to the act of the shootings and that. So they may bring in some more autopsy coroner reports. They've already covered the arrests. I don't think there's really that much left to go.
We didn't I didn't go live on Thursday or Friday, so could you give us a little recap of what we missed?
Well, the defense really showed their desperate card and really pissed off the judge. She pulled before the jury came in, she pulled the defense up and said, "Look, I've had enough of hearing the same old objection over and over and over and over again. So we'll put on the record what the objection is, and then every time you object to a photo or video, just say refer to previous objection unless there's something else to add to it."
I feel like
I
feel like this judge is a little. I mean, is it safe to say that, or at least safe to suspect at this point that she's a little temperamental? You know, I mean, like we've watched a lot of trials, and a lot of times we hear objections.
I looked back at all the pre-trial. I went back and watched a lot of the pre-trial sessions, and I can see why she is how she is now.
Oh, really? Okay.
The defense have just screwed her around to no end, asking for delays and late to hand over evidence. I mean, Friday, I think it was Friday, the defense objected to um, one of the witnesses saying that Cruz came and sat next to him in McDonald's after doing the shooting and then begged him for a ride home, on the grounds that there's no need to identify him. He's already admitted to doing the crime. And
Hmm.
it's like, but he's testifying that after he committed the crime, he went to McDonald's for a slushie. And then they did the same objection, saying that there's no need to show the video of him buying Subway after committing the crime because
I
he's already
mean,
admitted to committing the crime. And it's like, well, it's showing his frame of mind and that after committing it. So it's showing he had no remorse or anything immediately after.
yeah, but at the same time, I'd say mass murder kind of works up a thirst and a little bit of a hunger. No, I mean, it's a lot of work to cold-bloodedly kill all those damn people. What a prick. I mean,
I don't know. I would think after seeing all that carnage that he created, the last thing I'd want to look at is a slushie.
I know I'm being sarcastic. Yeah, it
Same here.
absolutely it absolutely shows no sense of remorse on his part whatsoever. Absolutely no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't show that he was in the least bit concerned, and it does bring up what we have talked about and brought up before is there's a sense to him that he just does not seem to understand the magnitude of what his crime is until he was caught. It just seems
He
like
does now, yeah. He does now
yeah,
that
he
he's
def
medicated. When he was caught, you could tell that he was playing games to try and play the insanity card.
right.
But now that they've medicated him and all that, he definitely sees the gravity of it. And after watching his second plea hearing, um, I think he wants the death penalty.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're actually there's some stuff I'm gonna reference just for today because I just watched this documentary on another really, really ugly situation. So before they get started, I'll go ahead and I will play this. Uh, we'll keep our eye
Before we
on.
play that, should we let everyone know the correction? Last week I was saying how I was pretty sure that Nikolas and his brother weren't biological brothers, that they were adopted brothers. That is not the case. They are biological. They have the same mother. They don't know who his brother's father is. His mum, once she got out of prison, um, before she went to prison, she had a daughter, Danielle. Um, she then went to prison for home robbery, breaking and entering, and drug related crimes. When she got out, she had Nick and
I think what you
Zach,
told
I
me,
think his name was.
I I think when you told me, I think it was actually home invasion, wasn't it?
Yes, it ended up being a home invasion charge. What happened was she was going door to door in the neighborhood, asking to use a phone, asking for change, or this one place she stopped and asked for a drink of water. And the homeowner said, yes, no problem, wait here and I'll go get you one. She ended up following him into the house, stealing his wallet and other valuables and taking off. So one of her charges was home invasion.
Wow. So
And that so when she got out of jail for that, that's when she had Nick and Zach. And then just simply because she was on the streets and a constant drug user, the kids went into foster and eventually adoption.
Wow. Yeah, so that's pretty intense. And it's very interesting, actually, to say the
Yeah.
least, considering
So,
give this kid a little history, and the brother too.
yeah.
I'm seeing, and I'm not a psychologist or a behavioral expert or anything like that, but I have seen kids in pain before. I have seen kids who are subject of being adopted. I've seen this before. I kind of grew up with it a little bit, and uh, I I get the vibe from his brother that he's affected in his own way. Maybe not to a homicidal point, but
Yeah.
definitely I feel he's definitely got his anger issues from this history of his that he has.
From what I gather, not so much. I think the only reason why he got the charges he did was one, he was breaking into school property out of school hours, and two, because of the fact of who his brother was and where he was breaking into, the effect it had on the families and the students of the school. Otherwise, he would have just got trespassing charges.
Sure. No, but I just mean, I mean, I got into a lot of trouble when I was a kid, but I didn't get caught, you know?
Yeah,
So I'm just, all I'm saying is that my observation, my personal vibe that I get off of the little bit of that I've seen from him is he's got his slight little anger issues too. You know what I mean?
yeah,
To say the least. I'm not saying that he doesn't get into trouble, but I mean, growing up in South Florida, and hanging around skaters, and some do it just to stay out of trouble, but others, they tend to get a little bored when there's out skating and decide to get into a little bit of trouble, whether it be
yeah,
vandalism or whether it be shoplifting or whatnot, but I'm just saying he comes off as the type of kid to me that had his moments of acting out from time to time.
yeah.
um just has that, he carries that vibe. But now, Saturday marks the 15-year anniversary for the Cheshire home invasion murders. I'm gonna play a little something here, and then we're actually going to talk a little bit about that, just in honor of that and the similarities, as far as that case goes to this one. As far as, it's not so much the case that are similar, but both were death penalty sentencing hearings that took place.
Okay, yeah,
The parties involved were they pled guilty, but apparently in Connecticut, they have the same law as Florida, or at least not anymore. I think they abolished the death penalty finally, but at the time they had the same law as Florida, where you had to have a jury trial if you're going to be sentenced to death.
yeah.
Let me go ahead and share this little clip here. And I just became familiar with this case. I watched a long documentary on it, and I was just shocked at how horrific of a crime this was. So yeah, here we go.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ken Houston, and here are your Friday headlines from News 8. A Navy sailor charged with murder and arson is accused of killing his wife in a jealous rage. His 1-year-old son in the hospital right now.
That's something completely different. Let's get through this
And
commercial
to
in 10
think, if
seconds.
it wasn't for Shanann's family, Chris Watts would have been going through this as well. It was Shanann's family that decided to take death penalty off the table.
The murders of Jennifer today marks 15 years since a horrific crime that changed Connecticut forever. The murders of Jennifer Hawk Pettit and her daughters Haley and Michaela in the Cheshire home invasion that shocked the state and the nation. Out of unimaginable grief grew a foundation in their memory, the Pettit Family Foundation, run by the lone survivor of that horrible day, Dr. William Pettit. He leaned on family and friends to get through some of the darkest days of his life and shares his thoughts on how to help others going through a difficult time.
You know, so I think that's part of the message. When you have a friend who's going through a hard time, you just have to be there. 90% of the issue is showing up. You don't have to have the perfect expression. You don't have to have this perfect comment, because there's no perfect comment when you lose a child, when you lose a spouse, when you lose a friend. There's no perfect word or expression or quote that's going to make it get better, but just to be there.
The Pettit Foundation has grown over the years by helping victims of violence, domestic violence, also providing scholarships for young students and helping people with chronic illness.
It's the Ford Summer
now,
Super.
It's very interesting because that gentleman that we just saw right now, he is a doctor and was a doctor at the time, and the circumstances of that case were very interesting, but very, very gruesome. Basically, you have these two guys. I honestly can't remember their name, and I honestly don't feel the need to give their names because, you know, I don't want them to be the ones that are remembered in this situation. But they decided they had a little bit of history in Narcotics Anonymous and that sort of thing. Both served time in prison, in and out of jail all their lives. One of them was a bit younger and had a lot more, and was a lot more prone to psychological issues. The other one was more of a depressed person who just for some reason just couldn't stay out of trouble, very manipulative. And they decided to plan this home invasion. One of them followed the wife and one of the daughters home from the grocery store, saw that they lived in a big house and was driving a Mercedes. And then they he gets a hold of the other guy, and they basically poorly planned this home invasion. And when they go into the house, now bear with me, this is very, very gruesome details, but they go into the house, and immediately one of them, the younger one, beats the dad to a pulp with a baseball bat. And then ties him up, right? And the other one, basically, he takes the wife because they decide, okay, well, we're freaking out because we're leaving DNA all over the place and we didn't think this through. And so one of them says, well, fire will take care of that. So one of them takes the mom as a hostage and takes their family minivan to fill up gas cans and to go by the bank so that she can withdraw $15,000 in cash for them. But he waits out in the car while she goes in the bank and does this. And of course, she tells somebody at the bank, help me, I'm being held hostage and I'm pulling out this money because they're holding my daughters and my husband hostage back at home. And so, of course, as soon as she leaves, they contact the police, and it would also make sense to me that because the police actually arrived within seconds, if not worst case scenario, just a couple of minutes, right behind the wife and one of the hostage takers to the house, right? They arrive right there, and there's a lot of controversy in how they acted. Now, Dr. Pettit, he does not fault the police for what they did and how they reacted, but a lot of people criticize them because they didn't even knock on the door. They didn't make a phone call or anything to investigate the situation. They just waited outside for 30 minutes, and this gave them enough time to rape the wife while he was gone, while one of the guys was gone with the wife. The other one raped the daughter, and I think it was the youngest one, and then he strangled the wife, and then once she wasn't moving, so probably post-mortem, raped her, and then and the two girls were tied down to their beds, and they poured gasoline on them and set them on fire, and that's how they set the house on fire, and poured gasoline all over the rest of the house so it would catch as well.
While they were still alive.
Yes, while they were still alive. Yes. Very gruesome. So the younger one, they tried to, the one with more of the mental health issues, they tried to, in his defense attorneys tried to argue that he had no intention of killing anybody. Because in his confession, he claims he didn't have any intention of killing anybody. Apparently what he did was, after he beat the father and tied him up, he actually went and got pillows and cushions to make sure that he was comfortable. But this is the interesting thing, is as the house catches on fire and the police and the fire trucks are outside, the father actually escapes through the basement. He gets loose and he escapes through the basement. These guys tried to escape by, this is a little different than this case as far as guilt versus innocence, because these guys actually just boldly tried to get through the cops and crashed into cop cars, and the cops were able to subdue them and arrest them. So it was clear that they were guilty of this crime. There was no question that they were, and I had this argument with Cherry through text message as I was watching this documentary, and she was, Cherry is very vocal that she's against the death penalty. And I've always had the stance, as I've said many times, and I'm going to keep saying it throughout this, that there's as long as whatever the family and loved ones of the victims think is justice is what they deserve to have, in my opinion, no matter what that may be. That's just my moral opinion. And so this gentleman, he really pushed for the death penalty. He really pushed it. And so her argument, Cherry's argument is too many innocent people get charged with the death penalty and then end up executed, and it's too late to help them because DNA evidence comes back later or whatnot, whatever the circumstances may be. But in that case, I mean, what's the argument?
In this case here, it's clear as day. There's no question of guilt.
Right. So, and then there's the whole mental health thing, and it's just like, I personally am just tired of that being made to be an excuse. I mean, narcissistic personality disorder is and most personality disorders are any mental health professional tell you that they're incurable. So, I mean, what's the way to deal with somebody who has these personality disorders and it leads to homicidal behavior?
All personality disorders are incurable, but they are treatable.
Okay, but I mean,
which goes back to that mental health isn't an excuse. If they have a condition and they're having these feelings of having to do something wrong, like homicide or whatever, then it's on them to go get treatment. If they don't go get treatment and they do something as crazy as shoot up a school or set 2 girls on fire whilst they're still alive, then that's on them. They should have gone to get help.
Right. Exactly. They should have never done it in the first place. They should have never. The one person, once he saw him strangle the mom, he should have just left, and said, I want no part of this. And yet it was his idea to invade the house in the first
part
place.
Of it. And
he's the one who led the entire thing. So, I mean, you don't get to all of a sudden when it's convenient for you, make the excuse like, oh, I didn't want to kill anybody. Well, you did. You did. And your actions were absolutely malicious, and you assaulted a child in the process. So, these people are always going to have some excuse, and then what the defense is going to do here is the same thing that they did in the Cheshire case is they're going to try to play to the jury and show childhood pictures of the defendant, and try to get everybody.
They're going to bring up his sister and his mum's history, and the fact that after they Nick and his brother were adopted, the fact that they were separated, and they're going to try and play. You can see it now. They're dressing him, with the glasses and the the big baggy.
They always do that
to make him look like a weakling. But I mean, last week we both said he wouldn't last 2 days in prison. In
general population,
common population. After watching what his other charge is, which is battery of a Leo, that's a load of crap. He literally kicked this prison guard's ass and took his taser. He can defend himself, and that. He kicked his ass and got his taser off him. He then, put the taser down and laid down on the ground and put his hands behind his back when other prison guards came in. And it turns out that prison guard deserved what he got, and has since been fired for coming to work drunk and drink driving. So he's gone in that, and that prison guard deserved what he got. After watching the video, but Nick can definitely defend himself if he can kick the ass of that beefed up prison guard. He'll have no problem.
Right. I mean, another thing, to touch on the point of the death penalty issue and whatnot. One of the defendants in the Cheshire case, I found it fascinating that both of his brothers, this guy had 2 brothers, and they were like in this documentary being interviewed and going, just skip the trial, flip the switch. One of them goes, skip the trial and just flip the switch. And then the other one is like, or just somebody take it into their own hands and just walk up to him and shoot him in the head. Like, he needs to go down. This guy cannot. It was his own brothers, biological brothers, 2 of his brothers, not one of his brothers. 2
What
of his
was
brothers.
The documentary? I'm keen to check it out now.
It's called The Cheshire Murders. It's on HBO.
Okay, I'll have a look for it.
I was watching this thing shocked the whole time, just like, what? His own brothers were like, put him down. Like, you're making a mistake if you ever let this dude breathe air again. And like, what I found also interesting is not only did they say this in the documentary, one of the brothers even wrote the court to say, you have a responsibility to kill this man. Like, it was just, it was crazy. Like, as his brother, I'm telling you, and he wrote this detailed thing talking about how his brother, when they were kids, he's always been bad, always, like that. he would torment him and manipulate him and play their mother against them, and all just really, really, like, you can't believe a word that ever comes out of his mouth. And he's very manipulative in the sense that, like, you see the statements that he would make, and they were, you know, very suicidal and blah blah blah, and he was genuinely suicidal because I found it really interesting that at one point, while they were awaiting this trial for these two guys, the legislation in Connecticut passed a bill to abolish the death penalty, and the governor, because of that case, vetoed it. Like, I couldn't believe that. The governor just vetoed it. The governor was like, nope. these guys are they're gonna stand trial for this. You know, this family, this father is gonna get justice. You know,
did they get death? Did they end up getting the death penalty?
They did end up getting the death penalty. Both of them did end up getting the death penalty. Now, after they did get the death penalty, it was abolished. Future cases were abolished. So the death penalty is no longer a thing in Connecticut.
But they're still on death row.
Because of that, but because of that, and in light of that, they predict that they'll never be executed. You know, I mean, then there's always just 10 years of appeals and whatnot. And I mean, it has been 15 years, but
there's all the appeals. And then by the time they finally get through the appeals, they then have to find a method of doing it and trying to find a drug company that will supply what they need to do it. It's
well, and
these
one
days
of the guys,
it's very rare that it gets carried out.
The one that was more likely to feel sorry for himself, and he was manipulative, and the brothers were pushing for him. He actually begged to be executed immediately, because he was suicidal, and he begged to be executed immediately, and then of course they denied that. And then they pushed, and then he pushed again to be executed sooner rather than later. And they denied that too. So, you know, I mean, they
have to follow through the whole appeal process.
And
I wonder if we'll get an update today on
what he
Channel 10.
wants either. Channel 10 is streaming this. I was actually on that before, but there was nothing happening on that yet. It was
okay,
just
so
still
they
waiting.
didn't get banned. Good.
But I'm pretty
that was a
sure
huge mess up.
Why would they be banned?
I think I mentioned it on the weekend. On Friday, the defense complained to the judge that Channel 10 posted online the identities of the jury. And so the judge got the representative that's in there, which I think is that blonde haired lady sitting there with the notebook, pulled her up and started ripping into her, saying it needs to be pulled down immediately. And if too much information was given out, we're going to revoke your press pass and whatnot. And then the defense lawyer stood up and went, our mistake. They gave basic description of the jurors, but didn't give any identifiers. And the judge was ropeable. Nope, they're still there. So
yeah, we're going to stream Channel 10 just because it's, you know, my local hometown. So I'd rather give the local people some views than the big national news stations if I can.
Heard from the crime scene tech from BSO, who did,
and at least they're giving us commentary too.
Floor, and that was a lot of the evidence that was introduced last week: the magazines, the backpack, the shirt. That
at one point we actually saw a laptop, and there was a hole that was right through it, presumably showing just the sheer force and the power of one of the many bullets that were fired that went right through it.
Right. And also some spent cartridges, some bullets that had not been fired. And so perhaps what they're going to do today is introduce more of the physical evidence that's recovered, and perhaps even the rifle that was used, and then move on to more medical examiner's testimony. There's still 13 autopsies that need to be entered into the record.
Oh God, they're going to go
for
into
the jury
the
to hear the
autopsies.
evidence of just how those individuals.
Yeah,
died,
that's going to be
what
rough.
The nature of their death was the cause of their death.
Let's take a listen. It appears
You would
the
think
jury is now
Meadow Pollock's
entering the courtroom.
autopsy would have been enough.
Yeah, but you know they got to hammer every nail into that coffin.
Oh, Meadows' description was enough to hammer all the nails in, I think.
Right, but I mean,
When he described what the bullet did to her head.
That's what. Well, that's beyond a reasonable doubt. But to ensure beyond a reasonable doubt, you're going to take every piece of evidence you got that's damning and present it.
I hope everyone had a nice weekend. We're going to go ahead and get started here. State when you're ready, you may call your next witness.
Justin Colton.
Yeah, after seeing all the pretrial hearings, I have a huge respect for this judge. She put up with a lot of shit from the defense.
Well, sadly,
you would think with all the money they've spent on that courtroom, they could afford to give them some more comfortable chairs.
Right. Central Florida mommy says, I bought my boys backpacks yesterday and I thought about bullets hitting them. How terrible is that? This is just too much. I don't know how much of this I can watch. Yeah, this is going to be pretty triggering, but just so you know, I mean, as sad as it is today, as sad as it is, you can actually buy bulletproof backpacks for your kids, I believe.
You beat me to it.
So,
I was about to say that. Since Parkland, they've brought out bulletproof backpacks.
I mean, it's sad that we've reached that point, but it's good that since we're in a place in this country now that this is such a concern, you know, parents have that option to protect their kids a little better.
You would please lean into the microphone and please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Justin Anthony Colton, Colton.
Thank you.
Mr. Colton, you don't have to lean that much. Mr. Colton, good morning.
He's following directions.
Morning.
He's following directions.
Hey, I just didn't want him to swallow that microphone.
The defense is hating this because they're this friendly banter between the prosecution and the judge.
Where'd you go to high school?
The defense is just like, this sucks.
When did you graduate?
2021.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
At that time, what year were you in at Marjory Stoneman Douglas?
A freshman.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention again to that date, fourth period. Do you remember where you were, Mr. Colton?
Yes.
Where were you?
I was in room 1216 in English class.
Pardon? I'm sorry.
In English class.
Okay. And you remember who your teacher was?
Miss Haas.
Okay. I want to show you just quick. State Exhibit Mark 3. And can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And there'll something come up and you can just circle where you were. Right there? Okay.
Yes.
Central Florida mummies, I think they have actually been tested against
I was in fourth period,
rifle
just
bullets.
sitting there writing an essay, and then heard loud sounds like the gunshots, and then everyone began to run in the classroom. I had ran towards the back, towards the teacher's desk, and I was on the ground. I had my hand, and I was crawled against the ground.
Okay, and then what happened?
And then we sat there for about 20 minutes, or less than 20 minutes probably, and then the police had came into our classroom and escorted us out.
Okay. So before the police came, you said you heard gunshots, right?
Yes.
Where did the gunshots, when you first heard them, where did they sound like they were coming from?
By like the exit, close exit of the The hallway.
On the east side?
Yes.
Okay. And then you heard the shots, and then what happened in your classroom?
Everyone had got up and ran, all scattered like around the classroom, and was trying to take cover.
Okay. And you said you ran to the teacher's desk?
Yes.
Who was near you?
I was next to Maddie and the teacher, and Elena was behind me.
Okay. Elena Petty?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see where Alex Schechter was?
Yes.
Did you see anything happen with him?
No, I just saw him sitting back in his desk.
Okay. And how about Alyssa Alphabet?
No, I didn't see her.
Who else was close to you? How about
Alex Stewart was close to me when we were sitting in the classroom, and then everyone was kind of like against the wall, so they weren't really behind the desk.
Okay. And did you get shot?
Yes.
All right. When did you get shot, and where did you get shot?
When I was sitting or running towards the back of the room in my right arm and my lower right back.
Okay. So what happened as a result of your injuries?
I have a couple fragments still in my lower back, and then I have a scar on my arm as well.
Okay. And did you go right to the hospital?
Yes.
And how long were you in the hospital?
1 night and 2 days.
Okay. Did you see, you said you saw Alexander Durrett, he was near you?
Yeah, he was sitting near me.
Okay, how about William Olson?
No, he wasn't by me.
He was behind you?
He was not by me.
Okay. All right, and you said then the police came and took you out?
Yes.
Okay. And what, you have any after effects from your injuries?
Just can't do some motions because my back.
Your Honor, same basis as last week? Okay, so noted, thank you.
I can't do some motions like with my motions like working out or anything because of my back.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions from Mr. Colton.
That's just going to get worse as he gets older, too.
Okay, thank you, so you're excused.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if he in future needs MRIs or anything, those fragments are going to be a problem.
So that was witness number 50. This is Justin Colton, who was in room 1216. That was Dara Haas's class. He was shot. He describes being shot in the arm, shot in the back. It's interesting, though, David, because in this case, unlike the other 16 who were injured, we did not see photos.
Yeah, we heard him. 1 second. So Cherry is saying having the discussion about gun control is bad, even though she's bringing it up right now. But whether kids backpack are capable of taking rifle shots is perfectly normal.
Didn't we have a discussion last week about gun control?
Dude, we're going to have this discussion all through this whole trial. It's just going to happen. You know, the fact of the matter is the fact that they're making these backpacks, to me, is sad, you know, that it's come to that. But I'm glad that they're preparing for and creating countermeasures to protect kids from this horrible problem that's in our country right now. So no, I don't think it's a bad thing that they're doing that. I think it sucks that they feel like they have to, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? I don't like the idea. I feel like most decent citizens should be carrying guns, but I don't like it. You know, because most people are uncomfortable with guns. I'm uncomfortable with guns. I don't like guns. But you better believe that at some point I'm going to be strapped because, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be the sucker that just gets shot going to Walmart to buy a couple of Totino's pizzas and some diet soda. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's see what this witness says. Sorry about that.
What type of training have you had to perform the crime scene?
I've had over 1,000 hours of on-the-job training.
Okay. And prior to becoming in the crime scene unit, what did you do?
I was assigned to road patrol.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. You remember that date?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long had you been in the crime scene unit at that time?
Approximately about 2 years.
Okay. And as a result, did you get a call of being in the crime scene unit?
Yes, I was already at our crime scene office, and I was notified by my supervisor of a mass casualty shooting at a school.
Okay. And did you respond?
Yes, I did.
And where did you respond to?
I respond to the area of 5901 Northwest Pine Island Road.
Okay. And what type of facility is there?
It's a school campus.
And what's the name of the campus?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
Okay. So when you got there, were you assigned a particular duty?
Yes, as soon as we were given the all clear of the school, our supervisor starting assigning individual assignments for each of one of us.
Okay. And what was your assignment?
I was tasked with first just documenting one of the students, and from there, I also documenting the second floor building number 12.
Okay. And that's the 1200 building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were assigned to the second floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit. I think this has already been marked. I need a sticker. Okay. I think this is already in evidence. Are you sure? Okay. Sorry, I'm going to make sure I get the right one.
Mr. Marcus, it came in through Mr. Power.
Yeah, okay. State's Exhibit 48. I ask you if you can identify that.
Yes, sir. That's be a diagram of building 12, second floor.
Second floor, okay. And that's the floor you were assigned to?
Yes.
Okay. Now showing you State's Exhibits 10M, 10N, and 10-0. Mr. Suarez, would you take a look at that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What are those photographs depict?
These photographs are some of the cameras located on the ceiling, which correspondingly were placed on the west, the middle of the hallway, and also on the east end of the building.
And these photographs truly and accurately depict where the cameras were on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer 10M, 10N, and 10-0.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, State's Exhibit 10M as in Mary for identification will be received as 229. States 10N as in Nancy for identification will be received as 230. And 10O will be received as 231.
Okay, Mr. Suarez now showing you State's Exhibit 231. There'll be there it is. Could you show us what side of the hallway is that?
That should be on the east end of the hallway, sir.
You sure that's the east end, Mr. Suarez?
Well, that'll be a west end, sir.
Okay. So, do you see the colors? You want to show us where the camera is on the west end of the hallway?
It's right near the window, the double pane window.
Yeah, how to work the telestrator?
So, sir. Right there.
Okay, all right. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Mark 230. You recognize that? What's that?
That's the camera and oriented in the middle of the hallway.
Right, you want to circle that?
Yes.
This is the second floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Mark 229. Is that the east side?
Yes, sir.
And there's the camera. Okay, good. All right. So what's the first thing you did when you were on the second floor?
As I got up into the second floor, it began my photography, which basically I picked a side, whether it be the east or west end side, and began taking my overalls and intermediates of the whole floor.
Okay. And did you recover anything or observe anything?
Yes.
What did you observe?
As I'm walking on the hallway, I observed several broken out windows and also what appear to be spent shell casings along some parts of the hallway.
Let me show you now. State's Exhibits marked 10R, 10W, 10B, and 10Q. And ask if you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that?
These are some spent shell casings that were the first two shown are two just west of room 1234.
Okay.
And also one within the threshold of the open door going into room 1234.
All right, all 1234?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 10Q, 10R, 10W, and 10B.
Is it B or V?
V, I'm sorry, like in Victor. You want to see it?
Nope, I have a notation, thank you.
The only notation is to 401. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over the defense objection, states Q will be received as 232. States R will be received as 233. 10Q is 232. 10R is 233. 10V as in Victor will be received as 234. And 10W will be received as 235.
I think that's Meadow Pollock's dad in the audience there, with the live over the top of his hair.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing him consistently all through last week.
Yeah, if that is Meadow Pollock's dad, they would want to have a officer nearby.
Mark 232.
Right. Didn't you say something before about that he's basically threatened to like rip this kid's head off or something?
Yeah, he's the kind of guy that will jump up and beat the living shit out of him.
Well, I mean, there seems to be a good distance between him and Nikolas here.
Yeah, and you can see that they've got officers along the whole wall.
There is, right. There's, yeah, exactly. Like he's not getting past them. And he's definitely not getting in that building with a weapon. At least I sure hope not. There's been slip-ups before.
He wouldn't want to do it with a. He wouldn't want to do it with a weapon. He'd want to use his bare hands.
1234.
Right.
And with reference to 232, State's Exhibit 232, you said there were some casings?
Yes, sir.
All right, you want to show us where the casings were?
just west of the room here on the porch.
I'm sorry, just what's?
Just west of the 1234 door on the floor.
Okay, which you just circled?
Yes.
Okay, showing you now 234. Stacy, you the 234. Is that
dude, if I'm on that defense team, I'm wearing a mask just to minimize me being recognized on the street as much as I possibly can.
You mentioned that the classroom door 1234.
Like I'd be embarrassed,
glass, right?
you know?
Yes.
Did you go into 1234?
Yes, I did, sir.
And what damage did you see within 1234?
As I walked in, there was damage that including several suspected projectile entry sites, strike sites from the floor on several desks and also on the far wall of the room.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 235. What does that show?
Also, just west of the door will be those two fired casings there, and also the one within the threshold of the door.
Okay. And we're looking into classroom 1234 through the door?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you saw the suspected strike marks from a firearm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you now State's Exhibit 233. Is that a close-up?
Yes, of the casing on the threshold of the door.
Okay. And that's 1234, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you State's Exhibits marked 10X, 10U, and 10Y. And ask you if you can identify this. Monster stores.
This is my documentation photos of room 1231,
Okay.
which also had a spent casing on the floor.
Okay. And did these photographs of classroom 1231 truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer now State's Exhibits 10Y, 10U, and 10X.
Your Honor, we have no objection to 10Y or 10U, but if I may just briefly on 10X.
You need to make an objection sidebar?
Yes, ma'am, please.
What could they possibly object to in this one photo?
So right now they're in a sidebar. This was witness number 51 on this Monday. That's Miguel Suarez. He's a BSO crime scene tech. He describes being at the scene, being called to the scene where he sees strike marks, which is just basically anywhere that the bullet's hitting.
Could have been a bullet, could have been some of the glass that was broken. It's simply an indication of something that didn't go through whatever it hit and deflected somewhere else. His testimony is not only about what he's recovered, but he took some additional photographs, and they're arguing now about whether or not the defense is objecting to one of the photos. Judge will ultimately decide whether that additional photo comes in. She has in the past, for the most part, overruled virtually every one of their objections. Probably the same relevancy, cumulative. You have other pictures of this.
Right. So that's what I was going to ask you. So sort of explain to our viewers who maybe are just tuning in or only watched a little bit about the trial last week. So the defense is pretty much objecting to any picture that's being entered into evidence, any of this. Why would they object? It's part of what happened.
So going back to remembering what this is the penalty
job.
phase of the case. The prosecution is trying to establish the aggravating factors beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. He's already pled guilty. The defense's argument is he's pled guilty, so you don't need to bring all of these pieces of evidence in.
It's too much. It's prejudicial.
State's response is it's our case. We'll bring in what we need to help the jury decide.
Standard stuff.
State's 10U will be received as 236. 10X.
So the judge is getting annoyed because they're just slowing the process down. Like it's all admissible. What the hell are you trying to do here? So
when he
based
pled
on
guilty, she went
based
through.
on what you were telling me, Matt, based on what you were telling me, it seemed like everything that she seemed to be getting annoyed about seemed to be construed as a method to slow things down, to stall, and she just wants to keep this moving and have the evidence presented. And every time that they try to object to something that is like the same picture as something else that they didn't object to, then it comes off as a waste of time.
By objecting, what they're doing is they're killing the flow of the prosecution. So if the prosecution could just go, here's this photo, 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 the jury are going to look at it and go, holy crap, that's a lot. By breaking it up, by objecting to every photo, they're then sitting there going, oh God, they're objecting again. And then it kind of takes the effect of that photo and the amount of evidence, it kind of
wouldn't it have the
dampens
opposite
it down.
effect? Wouldn't it have the opposite effect? Wouldn't the jury start to get just as annoyed as the judge?
It's better for the it's kind of better for the jury to be annoyed at the defense for slowing it down. They can't put him to death for having a defense team doing their job.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's when the news, the anchor lady was saying that, I was just like, yeah, well, that's their job. You know what I mean? They're supposed to object to evidence being presented. That's what they're supposed to do.
Exactly.
But,
so it's now just strategy to slow it down, because if it's running fast and smoothly, then they're just looking at a big mountain of
that's
evidence.
what I'm saying is if that's annoying the judge, then why wouldn't that annoy the jury as well?
It will be annoying the jury, and that's the point.
It's annoying everybody. It annoyed the anchor lady. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that's the point of it. We're now focusing on them objecting and annoying us rather than the amount of evidence. And they can't sentence him to death for being annoyed by the defense.
But wouldn't that, like I said, wouldn't that risk having the opposite effect and have us all going, well, we already know that this dude did this. You know what I mean? Like, so the more you slow down this process, the more irritated I'm going to get, and the quicker that we're going to come to a conclusion that this dude needs to die for what he did. You know what I mean? Like,
unfortunately, they're not allowed to, though. And that's the thing. It's all a game of chess.
Well, yeah, but so what they're allowed to do? I mean, they're gonna do. They can do it anyway without actually saying that that's what they're doing. It could just it could just underline and subconsciously, for lack of a better term, have that effect. You know, I mean, I don't know. I'm just speaking in theory. I've never been on a jury. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Oh, it can play out many ways, but often,
right?
Often, constantly objecting like that is a tactic,
right.
And it's the only tactic they've got.
Right. It just seems like they're shooting wildly, for lack of a better term. Again, excuse me, I didn't mean that in poor taste, but just wildly taking whatever shots they can do because all of the evidence is that overwhelming. You know, so now it's just whatever the defense can possibly do, they're going to try, anything.
That's it. Yeah.
What's up, Once Upon a Crime? Long time no see.
Full name.
I collected from the hallway.
Yeah, she's great. I don't know why she's not doing any more videos.
Those individual boxes?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated on the boxes where they were found in the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Okay, with reference to classroom 1231, 1234, and 1232?
Yep, to each perspective classroom.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 10.
10P, like Paul. Okay, 10, States Exhibit 10P for identification will be received as 240.
Now, Deputy Suarez, I want to show you States Exhibits 11B, 11A, and 10Z. Yes, see if we can identify this. Excuse me.
Yes, sir. This would be what I know is one area drone footage photo of buildings 12 and 13, and the other ones are specifically an aerial drone footage photo of building 13.
Okay. Where is building 13 with reference to building 12, or 1200 to 1300?
Building 13 will be just east of building 12.
Okay. And why did you take those photographs?
Those photographs were taken to show an overall of building 13 since we had several pieces of projectile fragments on that rooftop.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer States Exhibits 11B, 11A, and 10Z.
Is there any objection? It states 10Z like zebra for identification will be received as 241. 11A like alpha will be received as 242. 11B like bravo will be received as 243.
And when you took those photographs, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you went over, did you do anything on the rooftop?
Yes, what we did, sir, is we, if you see the orange markings on there, those are markings suggesting the areas that I found the projectile fragments, which are suspected pieces of rounds on top of the rooftop, and also marked the total of them, which was around, I believe, 7 pieces. And also, we also put the direction of where the building is so we can have a top view of the direction of the building.
Okay.
I wish you could see those photos because I don't know how the fragments got up on there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they're showing. I mean, maybe there's blood in the photos, but other than
where's
the gruesome factors, I mean, why can't they show bullet holes? You know what I mean?
And where's the 13?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if we can. And I think that's as close as I can do it. Can you point out where you saw these fragments?
Because I know he tried shooting out of some windows to hit people running away, but the windows were bulletproof.
What's that show?
So from what I gathered from that, no bullets went outside of the building.
Right.
As I was walking along the roof, as I was finding several suspected projectiles, I would mark them with different numbers. So when we do take aerial photographs, they can be seen where exactly on top of the rooftop they were at.
Okay. And that's directly across from the 1200 building, correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing you now States Exhibit 243. Can you point out where the windows are in the 1200 building?
Say again, sir?
Facing west?
Well, there's an arrow there is facing north. You want me to what?
No, the windows in the 1200 building that are facing west.
Mm-hmm.
Can you point that out for us?
You said the windows?
All right, that's the second floor, right?
Yes.
And then
You can't see the third floor from there, but
You can't see what?
the third floor barely, but those are
Okay.
circle was the second floor.
But you can see kind of at the end there, like part of
Right
the
here.
window, right?
Yep.
Right there. And obviously below, the second floor is the first floor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can see again the where you marked the fragments
Yes, sir.
on the roof. Okay. Now I'm going to show you states exhibits 11J, 11I, 11H, 11G, 11F, 11E, and 11D. Ask you if you can identify those photographs.
Yes, these were the 7 individual items, sir, that I identified as suspected projectile fragments that I labeled with an orange marker on the rooftop.
Okay, and did you label each
Central Florida mummies.
fragment with a
Definitely,
different number?
Yes.
if you are that
1 to
concerned
7?
about your
Yes, sir.
kids,
And did these photographs
speak
that
to
I
your
just
school
showed you
about it.
truly and accurately depict the numbers
Yeah,
and the locations?
I am Ezekiel.
You-
I deleted your comment
Yes,
for your own safety.
Your Honor,
Be
like,
very
now
careful what
for,
you post here.
These exhibits, 11J,
You have
11I,
every right to
11H,
be involved in your kids'
11G,
protection at school.
11F,
So definitely question the school
11E,
about what they have in
11.
place to keep them safe.
Objection.
Okay.
If you
Without
don't feel it's
objection,
enough,
states
you're
exhibit
more
11
than
D
within your right to
at
discuss
Delta will be received
with
as
them
244,
better plans.
11E, 245, 11F, 246, 11G, 247, 11H, 248, 11I, 249, and 11J, 250.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you collect those fragments?
Yes, I did, sir.
And how did you collect them?
I did the same thing. I collected them in separate boxes and labeled each one with a specific number and the location from where it was collected from.
Showing you States Exhibit 11C. Ask you if you can identify that.
They're labeled here, rooftop 1 through 7, and each of the fragments, it's labeled with its corresponding box.
And you put them in the boxes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I now offer States Exhibit 11C.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
States Exhibit 11C, like Charlie, will be received as 251.
Just showing you now States Exhibit 244. Is that what you found on the roof? And you labeled number 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, States Exhibit 245. Labeled number 2. Correct?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 246.
You'll be able to answer this question for me because I know nothing about guns. Aren't the bullets or the rounds that he used, aren't they designed to disintegrate on impact?
What the hell is that?
I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't know.
I know they were saying last week that they disintegrated on impact when they hit the people. So you'd think if they were, hitting concrete buildings, they would have completely destroyed. So how they collected those rounds, I don't know.
Well, I'm sure they disintegrate once they penetrate. If that makes sense.
Yes.
I mean, because what good is a bullet if it doesn't penetrate its target?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
And yes, hollow points are designed to do that.
Just briefly.
Okay. Okay, what is she approaching for?
Oh, sweet. Maybe we'll see some drama in a second here.
If anyone's going to bring on the drama, it's her. She's the one that threatened to quit.
Good morning.
When they wouldn't allow. Oh, she's cross-examining.
The Marjorie Stoneman Douglas
Ooh.
School, and you were assigned to the 1200 building. You worked with some other crime scene detectives, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And each crime scene detective took a lead on a floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first floor was Detective Christian, correct?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
You were responsible for the second floor.
Yes.
And Detective Crespo was in charge of the third floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, as a detective in crime scene, you have extensive experience and training to prepare you for such a task as you had to perform on the 14th February.
I already know where she's going.
And you have protocol that you have to follow when processing a scene. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And one of the first things, if not the first thing that you're supposed to do, is to photograph the scene as close in time as to when the incident or the crime occurred, correct?
Yes.
And that's because when you have to process a crime scene, especially this crime scene, it being so large, sometimes things get moved or they have to be displaced in order to document.
I knew it. She's going
So
cross-contamination.
it's true then that the photographs that you took of the second floor would be the photographs that most accurately depict the crime scene as close in time to the event, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
So is she working for the prosecution or what? Like,
No,
what did she
what
establish
she's going
there?
to do, what she's going to do is when they call their expert,
So
they're
that's
going
really
to try
only
and
the second time
attack
that the defense has offered a cross-examination. I don't
cross-examination.
understand. What was she asking?
Are
Was
they
she trying
going
to
to
poke a hole into something that he had
cross-contamination?
testified to?
I think she's laying the foundation for the photos that either came in through him or through some photos that are going to come in through some other witnesses. Her line of questioning was directed at, if you're the first person on the scene, you have to, first thing you do is you take pictures so we can accurately see where things were. So at some level during the course of the pretrial proceedings and discovery phase, they think that something was moved, or perhaps they're going to argue that in the photos something was not found where it originally was.
Because he took pictures and then he collected evidence, and he was talking about how there were bullet fragments up on the top floor, the roof of the 1300 building, which is the building just east of the 1200 building.
Showing the power and force of a gun that's fired in the 1200 building, exiting through windows, and then the projectile fragments being found on the roof of the building next door. And so the force of his testimony is both documentation, adds color to what's going on there. But getting back to her cross-examination, there's something that she's trying to use to poke a hole in the strength of a particular aggravating factor, perhaps some of these photos, to show that something got moved somewhere.
And maybe something wasn't as accurate as
exactly
that is claimed. All right, let's take a listen to witness number 52.
It'll either be cross-contamination, which is the moved evidence, or it will be chain of custody.
Laura Cecchini, my last name. It's ZECCHI.
Good morning, Mrs. Cecchini. How are you?
That doesn't cancel out the dozens of images of him shooting people. You know what I mean?
It's not going to do jack all, but she has to do something.
A fucking thing at all.
Oh,
yeah.
I do sometimes Uber.
Uber?
Yes, but I have investments here.
Okay.
So I live from my investments.
Okay. So how long have you worked with Uber?
She was his Uber driver, I guess.
Okay. And only Uber, or do you work for another company?
No, only Uber.
just Uber?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Zucchini, I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have occasion to pick someone up and bring them to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to offer a certified copy of Uber records.
Can you point to the man who you gave an Uber ride to? Bruh.
No
Objection. He's
other than
already
roll
admitted he
on.
committed the
Okay.
crime.
States Exhibit 11R, like Richard, will be received as 252.
I think she just said
Central
no.
Florida
No, I
mummies.
think she just said
I
no
wouldn't say.
objection.
Oh, miracle. I wouldn't
think
say
she's
devil
right.
in the pink
I'm going to
suit.
show you.
Everyone is entitled to a defense.
252.
She has a job that she has to do, and I think she's just doing a half-assed job at it because she knows she's got no hope.
She's all part of she's all part of the process of due process. It just is what it is. She's got an ugly job, but somebody's got to do it. You know what I mean?
All right. Do you recognize that? Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And it shows the name Nikolas Cruz, right? See
Right.
at the top.
Well, the thing is,
Thanks
Phyllis
for choosing
Peterson, you
Uber
got to
Nikolas
think.
Cruz, see that?
You got to think big picture here.
Okay.
So you're
Yes, yes.
Okay.
you're saying this kid should be made
What is this?
to keep his head and ears
It's
head up and ears open to see all he did. Little punk coward boy, sure.
Me,
But
and
the jury's seeing this the whole
showed me
time. You know what I'm
to
saying?
pick-
It looks
to
bad on
take
him
to the address. I
to be
don't know
doing that. It's
it
not
was,
helping his case. I'm
school.
sure his attorneys are going,
And
before we
it
get
shows
in
the
there,
time you picked him up.
try to
Is that
keep your
right?
head up, be attentive.
Yes, I think so. Just right.
You know,
I have my phone in my bag.
because it's not making him look good to do that.
But
I
I
actually
think
think
it's
it's a
alright.
strategy of theirs.
Okay. You mean
That could
somebody
be, it could
when
be
you
looked
say
at that way
check
too,
your
sure.
phone, what's the significance?
To make it seem
I
like
think
he's
he's keeping his
incompetent,
head down.
Did you say your glasses? You need your glasses?
to look remorseful.
No,
to
more
look
the fact that
remorseful.
he is feeling guilty and
Right,
can't
My phone is
handle
my
reliving and listening to it.
Why do you mention your phone?
Because it's the colors are different.
Okay, so on your phone you have this?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I think the judge was
Okay.
was getting at. So tell us how it works.
They request me, and I go to the address to pick the person.
I hope they get
the
into like
rider.
small talk. Is she one of
so
those Uber drivers
how do
that's
they-
like, so
how
what
do
are
they
you up to
request?
today?
How do you know where
It comes out. It pops out
it pops out where?
in the phone, in the app,
Okay, in your phone.
in my phone.
Okay. So how does it pop out? What does it show?
You are online with the Uber, and
He had
it
the
comes
gun
out,
and
it comes out, to pick up the
vest
pick
and
up-
whatnot
it
in a
pops
backpack
out the-
or in a
the
duffel
address
bag.
where you have to pick up the rider, the passenger.
Okay. So when it pops out, it gives you an address.
Yes.
So how do you know? How do you get to the address?
It's like on Google Map. It shows where you have to pick it up.
Okay, so you went to 7200 Loxahatchee
Which
Road?
sucks, by the way.
Okay. And at 206, you got the call, right? You
Yes,
picked up?
the request. Yeah.
All right. Do you remember picking someone up at 72 Loxahatchee Road?
Yes, Nikolas Cruz.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
well, Nikolas, because it shows it shows the name.
Right.
I am not sure. I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, she's a terrible
So,
witness.
Tell us what happened. You go pick him up. What happened?
I picked him up, and he comes in the car, and
What
he
kind of
told
car?
me he was going to his music class, and that's all.
Okay. He said he was going to music class. Did he have anything with him?
Yes, he had a big, well, right now I know it's a backpack, but for me in that time it was a case,
Okay.
a guitar case,
Okay. All right.
Huh.
So what kind of vehicle did you have?
a Red Ford.
A RAV4?
Yes, Toyota.
Okay, it's a four-door vehicle?
Yes.
Where did
So,
Yeah, I think looking at
Where did he get in the car?
and the Los
rifle
Angeles-
cases
in the back.
online,
In the back.
they look kind of like big bags for
What happened once
electrics.
he got into the back of your vehicle?
Yes, he come in and well, that's when he told me that he was going to the music class.
Okay,
And he get in.
okay, and this says that the ride lasted 12 minutes and 56 seconds.
Yes.
Okay, how did you know where to go?
It's the map from Uber show me the way to go to the school. Well, to go to the address that comes out.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit marked 15C, which appears to be kind of a bigger. You recognize?
Yes, yes.
Is that what's on your phone?
Yes, it's the same.
It's the same as on your
Yes.
phone? And even though it happened back in February of 2018, you still have it on your phone?
Yes.
Okay, and this is what it shows on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 15C.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
We haven't seen it.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Other than 401, no objection. Okay, State's Exhibit 15C as in Charlie will be received as 253.
Okay, Mr. Kinney, I want to show you now State's Exhibit 253. So this is what appears on your phone?
Yes.
So 72 Loxahatchee Road, right?
Yes.
And 5901 Pine Island Road?
Yes.
And then what's?
Okay, yes, yes,
Okay, and is that the route you take?
yes.
Okay. And the distance is 4.69 miles?
Mhm.
Okay. So.
Damn, she only got
when
$4.50 out of that.
You're in the car with him. Any conversation
be
other than
robbing people.
what you said?
Well, no, he asked me if I was, I was.
That's barely a gallon
from
of
the
gas.
neighborhood, so from the area.
She'll make a lot more out of it
I
now.
know that I pick
Yeah.
up some passengers and drop them in the area, that's all.
Okay. And did you observe what he was doing, if anything, while he was in the backseat of your RAV4?
Well, he was on the phone,
Okay.
that's all.
Okay. So let me show you now State's Exhibit 1. Do you remember reaching that intersection of Hamburg and Pine Island?
Yes.
Okay, what happened when you reached that intersection?
When we arrived to the light, the app from Uber was showing me that to go straight.
Okay.
And in the light, he told me to turn to left on Pine Island Road.
Okay. Could you draw where you went left? On this, you pick a color and it can show you can.
Pick a color?
Yeah. And
This gentleman can show you if you need help.
How do I do that? Oh,
okay.
oh,
Okay. Is
on
that,
this one? Yes.
so that's where you went?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you were going to go straight. He told you to turn left.
Yo no sé lo que dice eso. Explícame.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor, of Mr. King.
Okay, defense, any questions? Briefly, okay.
Oh, more cross-examination, is it?
Is there?
Thank you.
I wonder what you could possibly ask.
On this particular day, Mr. Cruz used the Uber pool option, correct?
Excuse me?
Mr. Cruz used the Uber pool option,
Yes.
correct? Okay, an Uber pool is a shared ride option.
What?
correct? It's less money, but you might have to share your ride with another person.
Yes,
Right.
that's right.
And there are other, can you hear me? there are other options where you wouldn't have to share your ride, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. And when the person orders the Uber pool, they don't know whether they're going to have to share the ride, correct?
No, well, they have to know, they have to share the ride.
Okay, but it didn't happen in this case, but it might have happened, right?
It might have, yes.
It was possible.
Yes, it's possible.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Cruz being anxious and nervous when you dropped him off?
Yes. Well, that's what I feel.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you. Okay, state any more questions for this?
Yeah, I just have one question. Do you know if Mr. Cruz always used?
Yay!
You don't know that? Okay.
That was as useful as a condom in a convent.
We have a sidebar?
Sure.
I mean, so, okay.
So this is a witness that we've been waiting to hear from. This was the Uber driver who took Nikolas Cruz to the school. And what was interesting, and I don't know if we knew this before,
but it could be argued. The reason why she brought that up is because it can contradict. They can spin it to where it contradicts him lacking any remorse or being calm as a cucumber, calm enough to stop and buy a slushie, calm enough to pick up a Subway sandwich. You know what I mean? So here she is saying he's anxious, but the prosecution's arguing that he was so calm that he stopped and got a slushie and some Subway. You know
But
what I
that
mean?
was dropping him off to the school. Of course, he's going to be nervous before doing it because he doesn't know whether he's going to be shot and killed by the police. Once he got to Subway and McDonald's for his slushie,
he felt he got away with it.
He thought he had already got away.
Right.
And
okay.
and the adrenaline was over. So, again, it was as useful as a condom in a convent.
Right. So, yeah. Good job, lady.
Did he seem nervous to you? No shit. He's about to shoot up a school. Of course he was.
Yeah.
He used the option where he may have had to share the ride. Is that correct? Yes.
Right.
Do you think he cared, since he had his guns disguised as a guitar going to a music class? I don't think it was a big deal.
Right. Like, what's anybody going to do? Look in my bag? They're going to challenge me. They're going to go, hey, that's not a guitar in there. Open up your bag.
Play Wonderwall.
Random stranger that's in the, unless, there's that like 1 in a billion chance that some drunk asshole shares the Uber with them and goes, hey man, is that a guitar, dude? Can you play me something? Like you said, do you know me? Do you know any Oasis, dude? Come on, don't be a dick. Show me the guitar. I play too.
Play Stairway to Heaven.
Right.
After I send these kids to there.
Right. Hey, you know any Skinner? Like that's not going to happen. Most people want to keep to themselves and be left alone.
Exactly.
And they picked the pool option because it's just cheaper. That's it. They picked the pool option either because it's going to be quicker, or it's going to be quicker and cheaper, or it's just going to be cheaper. And every time
I don't know whether it'd be quicker. If they have to pick other people up on the way, that's not going to be quicker. But I think he just picked it because either one.
No. I mean, quicker getting picked up. Quicker being picked up.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, but every time I've been in an Uber pool, it's been like this, where the other person and myself, we're both leaning against our windows like this with our phones, and then when they get in the car, it's like at most it's up, and then you're just doing this and you're not even looking at anybody because you don't want anybody, you know what I mean? And in Miami, let me tell you something, South Florida, people don't wave at each other and say hello. Like, I always found that really weird. When I first moved there as a kid and I walked into the middle school that I was attending, I would say, hey, my name's Will, and people would be like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, and then
look at him. He's the awkward, geeky kid. The most you get is a hello.
And I got so used to that by the time I moved out of Miami in my 30s, that when I walk down the street in Georgia and somebody would be like, "Hey, what's up?" Just friendly hello, I would kind of look at them like, "What are you talking to me?" You know what I mean? It was just weird because in South Florida, at one point, South Florida or Miami was considered the rudest city in the United States. That doesn't just go away. Maybe it's not the rudest anymore, but that rudeness has never gone away. Maybe some cities have been voted more rude since, but at one point, Miami was considered the rudest city, and they are 20 minutes from Miami, tops.
Well, I know Parkland is known as a very young, polite, happy, go lucky sort of area. Most people move to that area for the schools and that. So, most people in that area would be pretty chilled in that.
It's a nicer area in the sense that it's higher class. It's less poverty. It's prettier. It's cleaner. But that doesn't mean that the people are kinder. You know what I mean?
But I mean,
like
one look at him,
he's going to make it out to be that way to humanize the victims more and go, "Oh my God,
True.
this very quaint little place, But if you go to the shopping center that's nearest Parkland, I guarantee you that people aren't being nice to each other and they're fighting over parking spaces. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's road rage happening on Pines Boulevard. I guarantee you. I lived there most of my life.
Yeah, it was part of the certification of 252. So we're making a separate.
Okay. Is there any?
No, Florida peeps ain't friendly, Petty Patty. No. I will never live there again if I could ever help it.
Okay, 24H will be
Move to Australia.
254.
We're all awesome here.
I can see that.
Not sure if he's going to question her about it. The certification they're talking about is the stamp that went on the document that allowed his Uber receipt to be admitted.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, we're going to take a recess for about 15 minutes. It's 10:46. We're going to be in recess until approximately 11 o'clock. Please leave your notepads on your seats. Please do not discuss the case or begin deliberating. And we'll be back with you in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
Damn it. I'd be wanting to ask the rest of the jury what the hell they thought that questioning from the defense was about.
Yeah, I mean, it's just funny. Like, I just don't see the jury, I see the jury doing the same thing that we're doing right now, which is, at the edge of our seat, like, ooh, they're cross-examining. What are they saying? And then just feeling completely and totally, okay, what the hell was that supposed to be?
I think they're just cross-examining the experts in that now because they're not going to look like complete assholes for questioning victims, and they have to look like they're at least doing something.
Right.
I'm surprised they didn't ask, you were the Uber driver, do you have your driver's license? Was it an auto or a manual?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if the prosecution would have asked. I wonder if the prosecution would have asked if there was likely if they would have considered it to be a good idea or a bad idea to actually ask more questions about whether or not small talk was made. Did you ask any questions? Did you say did he say anything to you besides him going to his music class or whatnot? But like that could possibly also risk, her saying, well, he just seemed really nice and kind and no problem. And that's not really gonna, you know what I mean? Just focusing on him being anxious,
No, Nick doesn't have any family there.
No.
Central Florida, Mummy's asked. No, Nick's brother's not there. No one's heard from his sister in forever, since his mum went to jail, and I'm not sure if his mum's even alive anymore.
I mean,
I know both of his adopted parents have passed away.
Yeah, he's getting no love. You know, he's getting no love from anybody right now.
No, he's got no one there supporting him. Only his legal team, who I don't think are really supporting him either.
Right. I mean, they don't seem to be very passionate about what they're having to do here. It's you know, I mean, this is it's crazy because it's not even a trial to determine his guilt. It's a trial to determine whether or not he deserves to die. You know, and it doesn't seem like he has anybody that feels sure that he doesn't deserve to die. You know, like nobody in that courtroom. Like the defense is just getting torn apart by the judge, and the defense doesn't even seem to be really doing much of a job anyway.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the defense.
I mean, this is the first time we've seen anybody cross-examine in the soul. It's just it's already been a week.
We saw one cross-examine last week. Yep.
Okay, so it's the second time,
which was a police officer. Michelle, I'm looking into that one. I have a feeling his brother is not there because of the fact that a part of his probation is that he's not allowed back into Parkland.
All right. I'm gonna leave the show up to you here, Matt. Just for a few minutes because I gotta make some coffee or I'm gonna fucking pass out. I barely got
Go for
any
it,
sleep
man. I'll keep an eye on things and answer some questions if there are any.
Appreciate it. I just got to take a quick bathroom break and brew a cup of coffee, and I will be right back.
Did anyone else catch Thursday or Friday? They were both half days. He was arrested for breaking into the school, into this school and skateboarding around. He used the excuse that he knew he had lost his brother forever. He was either going to spend the rest of his life in jail or death sentence, and he went there to be closer to his brother. But the families of the victims weren't happy about it. And of course he was trespassing, so he got arrested and charged for it. And because of the fact that what his brother had done, they were exaggerating circumstances, so they then added on to the charge. So instead of giving him jail time, they gave him probation on the terms that he went back to, I can't remember what state he was living in at the time, but he had to leave, and the only times he was allowed back in was for court appearances for his case. I'm not sure whether he got permission to come back for Nick's case. I am in sunny Cairns, Queensland, on the Great Barrier Reef. Crush the Turtle from Finding Nemo. Patty? That brings back memories. The last time I took my daughter over to one of the islands on the Great Barrier Reef, she was going up behind people and going, "Hello, my name is Bruce." And then we went on the semi-submersive boat, and we'd be sitting behind tourists from overseas, and she'd wet a hand and then drip the water on the back of their necks and that. So scare the living crap out of them. Little troublemaker. Yes, he was skateboarding at Stormy Douglas. They have the Block 12 closed off, so they can go in and have a look if they want to, but I don't believe they are going to. The photo should be enough, especially with the defense arguing that the photos are overkill. They're definitely going to argue taking the jury to the school would be too much. They definitely are. The only reason why they are able to go for the death penalty is if families or victims, families of the dead or victims that survived want to go for the death penalty. Perfect example is the Watts case. The reason why when Chris Watts pled guilty, the death penalty was taken off the table was because Shanann's family said that they didn't want the death penalty. That was for God to decide. But then when they heard the recording of what he actually did to the girls, they actually regretted their decision. But by then it was too late. So yes, it definitely does. The only reason why they can even go for the death penalty is if the families and victims of the family agree to go for it.
Well, also, one also fun fact about that is they didn't tell Chris Watts that. They basically threatened him with the death penalty, knowing that they never actually execute anybody who actually gets sentenced to death anyway. So
yeah,
it just didn't make a difference. So they scared him with the death penalty in order to get him to plead guilty, and it worked, knowing that they probably would have never executed him in the first place, but he didn't know that. So that was one attack.
Great defense lawyer not telling him that. Hey,
I mean, I don't know. That's just how I remember it. Sorry, I brought my coffee maker down here, so I'm just getting it all set up just so that I can just pour my coffee. But
good call.
Yeah, smart move. I'll be right back.
Well, I can kind of understand why he would have gone there. Being that Zach, I think it's Zach. I'm hopeless with names. Sorry, I'm autistic and have ADHD, so names is my worst. Well, names are math, but a lot of the time, families of the people that commit the crime are just as much victims. Zach, I think it's Zach, is about to lose his brother as well. He's either going to spend the rest of his life in a cell, or he'll be put to death. So, at the end of the day, he's lost his brother as well, and he's going to mourn that, even though his brother is a monster. He didn't grow up knowing his brother is a monster. So just like Chris Watts's parents, they didn't know Chris as a monster growing up, and that's why to this day they still deny that he even did what he admitted to doing. They don't want to believe that he's that kind of a monster. So that day he pled guilty, they not only found out that they lost their grandchildren and daughter-in-law, but they pretty much lost their son as well. So I can understand that Nick would be, not Nick, Zach would be mourning the loss of his brother as he knew him. And so he would want to go to the last place he was. So I kind of understand it, but I also understand that, the last thing the families of the victims want is the brother of the monster who killed them all, or shot at them, to be riding a skateboard around. So he's a kid, so he's young. I doubt that even crossed his mind.
Can you imagine though? Like, also, that's something that I didn't think of until just now. Is, can you imagine what it's like for him? His brother Zach, Zach's right. Zach's his name.
I think it is Zach. Yeah.
So, can you imagine what it's like for him to literally be the only one in that courtroom that's in support of him? You know what I mean? Like, he probably just lacks the maturity, to handle that. He's a young kid, I mean, he's an adult technically, but he's still a young kid, didn't ask for any of this, and always kind of knew that his brother was a little screwed up, and probably feels like he should have seen the signs to a certain degree, considering that all he was obsessed with was guns. So you know what I mean? I can imagine him just simply being somebody who is in that situation and is just being, it's too overwhelmingly uncomfortable for him.
Well, can you imagine him being anywhere in the world now, being known as the brother of the one who killed all those kids?
And you're going to be on camera for the whole trial. You're going to be, you know what I mean? Like, that's not going to be easy for him. That's not enough cream. That's not going to be easy for him at all. So, and it's not going to make things easier to not be recognized, so that his life is a little easier moving forward.
And then having it plastered all over the media about his mum and his sister as well. He's the only one in the family that's somewhat kept a clean life. Right. He's had his issues with the skateboarding in the school and that, but other than that, as far as I'm aware, he's stayed pretty much on the straight and narrow. And the media putting out there that his mum was a drug addict, regularly in prison, and doesn't even know who his father is. And now his brother is a mass murdering monster. I wouldn't want to show my face in public either.
I mean, and even just because all we can do is loosely speculate, at best is loosely speculate what type of a person his father is. You know, I mean, first of all, we know that he's somebody who just didn't stick around. But look at the kind of woman his mother was. What kind of a person matches up with a woman like that? Now, that's not always the case, but the likelihood that he's somebody that probably didn't lead the most exemplary life either is probably a pretty safe presumption, more or less, you know, or at least safe to lean towards. I mean, I know it's not always the case. A lot of times you got somebody who's really good, who really has faith in somebody who just constantly seems to make mistakes, and they always stick around, or they're manipulated by that person or whatnot. But chances are, especially since he's not the type to even stick around, and we have no idea what his identity is, he's probably not much better than the mom, you know. So who knows what kind of genes, who knows what kind of genes
his mom doesn't even know the identity of him,
right? Yeah, I mean,
it's, no one knows who his dad is, so
yeah, so just imagine what the genes could possibly be on the paternal side of things.
Yes, he would have definitely known that the video would be released. One, he would have known the scale of the case and that it would be such big news. And they would have told him when he went in that everything's being recorded, and anything that's recorded during an investigation is available under freedom of information.
Yeah, and I don't think this is in regards to Michelle's comment or question. But at the same time, I don't think that he expected it. I don't think he went in there thinking, okay, this is going to be all over the place. Unless the detective warned him prior and said, hey, you know, this is a high profile case and this might be all over Dateline. This might be all over. So just be prepared for that. But I doubt he would have done that.
I think they would have warned him.
I don't know if they would have, because part of letting him talk to him was part of the interrogation, you know, was to get him to feel more comfortable, to see what he's going to say to his brother, you know, very much like Chris Watts having his father in the room. I mean, if his father hadn't come in the room, he might have been dragging that bullshit on for God knows how long, if he wasn't faced with his dad.
That was a brilliant tactical move for Chris Watts.
Right.
Planting the seed in his head of Shanann doing it, and then letting his dad in there to crack him, and then just keep peeling the shell off.
Yeah, and I don't even think that his dad went in there to fuck him over, you know. His dad would just went in there to, like,
his dad wouldn't have had any idea.
Right. He just wanted, like, to
you
know
could see
what
in
happened
his dad's
to his
body language.
grandchildren.
You could see in his dad's body language he was genuinely surprised, and he genuinely believed that Shanann killed the girls and then Chris killed Shanann.
Right. I entertained that
but
possibility.
the police knew all along.
Until he pled guilty, I still entertained that possibility. I'm not going to lie. I didn't necessarily believe it, but I did entertain the possibility, because I am an innocent until proven guilty type of person. And honestly, it's the only feasible thing that made any sense to me at the time. You know what I mean? I knew that I remember I was an admin in a Facebook group talking about that case, and I would argue and debate with all these people that were calling him a narcissist, when I'm like, we don't see any evidence of him being a narcissist. We see, if anything, we see
the complete opposite.
Being one. If anything, we see evidence of Shanann being one, because she's the one that's all camera happy, you know. So I mean, based on the evidence that we had before he pled guilty, I mean, he was we had that was a very lazily written police report. There's been talks lately about lazily written police reports. That one was like what, a paragraph? It was nothing, So that arrest report was ridiculous. So I remember reading that and be like, this is all we've got, and that's literally all we had. All we had was that and the videos that Shanann put out. That's all we had. So people were jumping to all these conclusions based on only those things, and I was always the one going, y'all don't know anything yet, And then when
I got a lot of crap for that as well.
Right. I mean, I was shocked when he pled guilty, but I wasn't mad about it, because it's like we were talking like with that girl, I mean, I hate insulting her, but she was kind of getting on my nerves. That was on panel with us when we were talking about this the other night. But you have two types of people. You have the types of people who were pissed off because they didn't get the drama of a trial for all those reasons that I explained, because people just want drama. And then you have people who were relieved for the family that they didn't have to go through the pain of reliving all of this and watching this man drag them through all this pain of a trial. So, it saved everybody all this pain. So I'm
sure she knows the details.
I was of the latter. I was relieved.
100%. I'm sure she knows how they found the girls, and what it took to get the girls in those oil drum things. If it had have gone to trial, the details that would have been aired out publicly would have messed everyone up.
But
I'm glad it never went to trial.
The best of the details were aired out publicly because all we have is Chris Watts's testimony or his statement on that, and which changed like what, 2 or 3 times,
well, we know that there was only one way that they could get in there,
right? Sure, but the way that he described it, he changed the story like 2 or 3 times. So it's like, how credible is the word of a guy who's been lying the entire time? So everybody's just like, this is what happened because he said this, and this is okay. Well, he also said this later and that later, even after that fact. So what out of anything that this guy ever says tells you anything other than he's a liar, and nothing that he says is credible?
Yeah. The only thing I know for sure is that the girls were definitely alive when he drove there, because I could see their feet under the car, under the truck. So they definitely got in alive. And that's so I believe that to be the case. But I mean, I copped a lot of crap before he pled guilty, and even after. As I said the other day, I still question, did he snap because he was so used to, when he first met Shanann, she had the lupus and all that, and she was on video saying how, when she first met him, she didn't want any form of relationship or anything. But she would lay on his lap and he would stroke her head and all that kind of thing. When she had migraines, she'd always take him to the doctors and that. So he always felt needed. He had the hero complex, and then he had the girls. So then he was the daddy. He was the one that provided for the family.
According to the video that we saw, and according to her, he was a very attentive father. He was a very loving, attentive father.
But then once Shanann started doing Thrive and became, this big social media thing, and was everything 24/7 had to be on Facebook Live and on camera, and he was obviously the shy kind of person. He didn't want to do it, but she forced him to. And that would have pushed him a fair bit. And then, of course, she was bringing in the money, and she got the car through Thrive and that. So she was providing a brand new vehicle and all the trips that they were taking and all that kind of thing. She was no longer reliant on him. He no longer was the hero saving her. She could make it on her own. So then he found someone, Nicole, who would play that damsel who would need him for things.
Well,
and that,
no, not really, because at least according to Nicole, he was dependent on her for everything. She was the one looking for apartments for him. She was the one doing all of the thinking for him when it came to, and which contributed to a lot of the reason why people thought that she masterminded the whole thing, because
she was trying to push it onto him because he was telling her the story that they were already separated. He was living in the basement and just couldn't get out, sort of thing. But that wasn't the case. He was actually still with Shanann the whole time. So she was acting that way based on his lies to her.
Yeah, and I gotta point out slightly off the subject. You're the only person that's gotten on panel with me to where I haven't gotten annoyed talking about this case, because I made a point never to talk about it, because every single person that I end up talking about it with turns out to be a bumbling idiot and just jumps to ridiculous conclusions, and then I get frustrated with them, much like that girl that was on panel. If you and Tim had been on panel with me, I would have been much ruder to her. I'm notorious for being rude to stupid people on my panel, and I feel bad calling her stupid, but I mean, she just kept saying stupid things, it's just like everything you say, I keep giving you the benefit.
And I think his final breaking point was once she found out about Nicole, she was, I'm getting a divorce, you're cheating, and over there, if a partner's caught cheating, that's grounds for divorce, and it goes against you in child custody and all that kind of thing. So she threatened him with you're never going to see the kids again, or if you do, it's every other weekend supervised visits or whatever. And he was like, well, if I'm not going to have my kids, you're not going to have the kids. And that could have pushed him to breaking point as well, because look at the statistics. How many fathers either take their own lives or take the lives of their family and then their own lives because of the fact that they lose access to their kids?
Yeah, no. And there was things that I noticed in that video, or in videos that Shanann would put up, that indicated to me that he was just annoyed with her obsession of social media. I mean, he accepted that it was part of her job and what she did, and it was a big, her image was a big part of selling her product, but I remember one particular video where he's playing with the kids, like they're each taking turns running at him, and he's picking them up and just gently slamming them on the floor and tickling them, and then the next one will get a running start and come at him, and they were just having a ball, and she's asking him questions, and he's just kind of politely ignoring her, and not answering. He's focused on his time with the kids and enjoying this little interaction he's having with his two daughters. And at one point she even says, Chris, you're losing views, or you're losing audience, or something to that effect. And he was just like, and just kept playing,
and that's why MLMs are known as cults.
And there were so many examples where you could see her on camera that she was totally annoyed with him, and there were examples where he was totally annoyed with her. Their marriage was not doing well, it just wasn't.
Even the announcement that she was pregnant, she's got the camera in his face wearing a t-shirt saying, oops, I did it, oops, we did it again, or something. And it's like,
that was a cringe moment for me. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like, oh, come on, what is that? Like, can't some things be private? Like some things just be between us? You know what I mean? So there was a couple of things. I mean, there was just example after example where I just got the overall impression that both of them were at least on the verge of being unhappy to the point of things being irreconcilable,
Yeah. They were both at the end. They were both at the end of the rope.
Right.
And I think I have a feeling, and I think it's safe for me to say it here, because I don't think my ex is going to come across it. But I'm living the same thing. I haven't had access to my daughter in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I've been there.
And that, I mean, I could go take her tomorrow. There's no court order in place saying that I can't, but I know that if I do it, I'm going to have police at my door. So
you're breaking up real bad right now. I think your ex is interfering with your signal, dude.
Wouldn't surprise me. One sec, I'll just move closer to my Wi-Fi again.
Like 30% of me was dead serious.
Yeah. Oh, it wouldn't surprise me. I call her the she who shall not be named.
Yeah, mine.
So I know for a fact if I was to get it into court, I know for a fact if I get her into court, I'll win.
I called her the smartest idiot I've ever known.
No, that would be giving mine too much credit. Mine put it in writing that she was stopping access over $30.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she gave it to a third party. So I understand how hard it would be to have your ex turn around and say you're never seeing your kid again. But you don't see me going and killing my ex. You deal with it how you need to deal with it with the courts.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you get to a point to where you just got to let the courts handle it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get to a point to where common sense and experience goes, me and this person are never going to find a medium ground. It's just never going to happen. And we're just going to have to let a judge handle it, let lawyers and a judge handle it. And that's it. And that's what it turned out to be for me. And now, my kid's an adult. So I have no connection to her at all whatsoever. There's absolutely no reason for her to contact me unless something happened to him, and I still wouldn't give her enough credit to actually do that, because she's that cold,
Well, my daughter ended up in a coma for 2.5 weeks because my ex couldn't be bothered taking her to the GP for antibiotics. So,
wow.
Yeah. Fun and games.
Yeah, that's
so terrible. It's not just over there that the family court system is messed up, but
I mean, it's all. I think the family court system is just overall flawed. You've got two people at war with each other. It's not like criminal court where it's like somebody broke the law and we have to determine and prove that they broke the law. In family court, you have to prove that what one is accusing the other of isn't just some bitter bullshit. And do they even have grounds to even throw certain things in their face, because that they're probably no angel either, and I went over that Betty Broderick thing. That case is crazy. A lot of people argued that he was abusing her through litigation because he was an attorney. I feel like he was defending himself with litigation based on her behavior. But people argued saying that she only engaged in that behavior because she knew that he would abuse her with litigation. And so what was the point? And the only way that she knew how to express herself was to leave crazy messages on his machine and harass him because she has to have her voice. And people bought that shit. It's like, no, dude, you still have to act like an adult. You know, I mean,
if you know he's going to attack you with litigation, the last thing you do is crazy bullshit over the phone where he can record it.
Yeah. You know, like
let's give him evidence to win.
Right. If he's going to accuse me of being a crazy person, why am I going to act like a crazy person? That's the worst thing I could do, is act like a crazy person, which is exactly what she did. I mean, she slammed her car into his front door, into the house that her kids were in, not knowing what part of the house they were standing in. She could have ran them over. You know, she could have killed her own kids just because she was mad at him, you know, and I have no doubt that she did not give a shit because of a recorded conversation that took place between her and her son, where she's going into details about what a slut his new wife is and what a you know, cheating asshole he is. And you should never be talking to a small child about that. You shouldn't be talking to your teenager about that like that. You shouldn't even be talking to your adult child about that. You know,
that's the first thing my lawyer told me. Do not discuss this around your child.
Right.
And that's why I'm not playing the petty games, ringing up, demanding to have my access. And I'm not going and picking her up from school and taking her, even though I can. I made my attempts at the start to get her. I have it in writing that I made the attempts at the start. I know if I show up to the house to try and get her or harass her, I'm going to have a DVO on my hands.
Right.
Which is, being the male, is going to go against me.
Right.
So I've done enough to prove that I made the attempt. I still keep in touch with her school and all that to make sure that she's safe and she's doing well with her grades and everything. So they can't argue abandonment. I'm paying my child support like I have to. So I'm doing everything I required to do.
Right. So what you're doing
without
is you're building a case for once it finally gets to court.
Exactly. So then I'm not not giving any ammunition to go back against me.
That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
I was in no way giving Chris an excuse or victim blaming Shanann. I was just putting it out there that I understand that that could have been a trigger to cause him to snap.
Right. For sure. You know, it's just a question of whether you allow it to, you know.
That's exactly it.
And
unfortunately,
you can't, your kids can't afford for you to do that. So
yeah, unfortunately, I think he was weak enough that yes, it was. The only way he got Shanann was by catching her at her, weakest, when she was really, really sick, and that. So,
right.
I dare say he was weak enough that once it was, I'm leaving you and taking the kids, that was enough for him to throw the towel in.
Yeah.
Are you following the case? Another one that I can't remember the names of, the young cheerleader girl who was stabbed by her classmate or something.
No.
And her his parents, his mum destroyed the clothes, tried to destroy the clothes he was wearing when he did it. And then his mum and dad fled town.
I know the case you're talking about. I think there was actually a YouTube creator that I was friends with, and she was in touch with him through prison. She was in direct contact with him, and she was basically run off YouTube because of all the hate that she was getting for empathizing with this guy. Aiden Fucci, yeah, that's him.
That's the one. Yeah, his parents just filed a motion to get their case dismissed, and it's like, You're on video destroying evidence.
Yeah.
You've got no chance in hell.
Right. And, you know, she was apparently he liked her, but she didn't like him back, but she kind of led him on a little bit. You know, but that's not an excuse to get murdered. That happens in high school all the time. You know?
Yeah.
It's just that always happens. I mean, that was me. I was the girl, I was the guy with the crush on the girl, but since, you know, I wasn't the assertive or popular type, and, you know, I would always set my standards too high for the girls that I liked, and they were just not going to give me that kind of attention, but I was always just there for them, but I didn't resent them for it. You know, I just, you know, just kind of sat around and been like, wouldn't it be nice? You know, wouldn't it be nice?
I was the loser that hung out in the music room all lunch.
And then I, you know, I kind of grew into myself, into my adulthood, and then social media came out, and dare I say that I, you know, got my jollies later on with those same girls. It has happened more than once.
Yeah, I never grew into myself. I'm still the loser that hangs out in the music room all lunch.
Yeah, it was crazy when Facebook came out. It was just like, wow, you know. And then I don't know, I became more of an adult and more confident, and was playing music and things like that, and it just gave me more confidence, I guess, and I was less of a, you know, I don't know what you want to call it, but I don't know.
Man, I was a drummer, didn't get the girls. Then I was a guitarist, still didn't get the girls.
I mean,
then
I
was a photographer,
didn't get him in high school,
and they thought I was gay.
You know, I didn't get him in high school or middle school. That didn't happen, you know. But I don't know. Like I said, social media became a thing and changed the whole game. But I also,
photography,
I
they
also
were fun days.
I would cut class. Like, I had a guitar teacher who, even after I was withdrawn from school, he would let me hang out in my old, you know, final period guitar class anyway. Like, I still would show up and learn guitar, and he was just happy that I was there to learn, and just let me do that, even though he could have gotten in a lot of trouble for even allowing me on grounds after I was withdrawn from school. So
I was called back and paid to teach.
Wow, really?
Yeah, when I was, because in Canberra, in Australia, in most of Australia, it goes kindergarten through grade 6, and then it goes grade 7 through to grade 12. But in Canberra, it goes kindergarten to grade 6, grade 7 to grade 10, and then 11 and 12 is college. And so when I was in high school, which is 7 to 10, grade 7 and 8, we were the only, we had the best music teacher in Canberra, or even in Australia. And we had a fully operational recording studio, and I helped the teacher build it. That's how much time I spent in the music room at lunchtime.
They cut all those programs almost everywhere here in the country. Like, there's almost no electives. Like, there's no more music programs almost, you know, like those are almost like obsolete, all of them. I think there's still drama classes.
Oh, they were compulsory here.
There are some schools that still have drama programs and things like that, but yeah, like, I mean, I had one of my friends I was actually talking about them in the last live that was been married to another one of my really good friends, like, forever.
Yep.
And I went to high school with her, and she was very involved in the art program.
Are they back from recess yet?
No, I'm looking.
Okay, cool.
So they she was allowed, she was given the assignment to make up the art gallery. You know, they just let her do that, like even through her academic classes. Not all of them, but they let her do that for a few periods. But she let us have access to there, and we would sit in it. No teachers came in there, nobody. Like there was, all the windows were covered, so they would roam the halls and not even bother walking in there to check. And I mean, we would be in there smoking weed and you know, like in school, just in there smoking weed and cigarettes, and and we never got caught. She never got in trouble. But we helped her with the stuff that was in there. Like that was kind of the deal. If we were going to hang out in there with her, we had to help her with whatever she needed. Like, and we were like making a lot of it look like a cave. So we were putting up like paper mache and painting it and making it look like, so it was cool.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. But I mean, we were cutting class.
Yeah, because we helped build the studio. Because we helped build the recording studio, when that teacher left and the new music teacher came in, she only knew how to play keyboard and a little bit of guitar. She had no idea how to work all the recording gear or the lighting gear. You know, we had intelligent lights and everything. So they got me and my friend to write the course on how to use the gear. And then once we finished year 10, they actually paid us to come back and teach the classes because the teacher had no clue how to use the gear.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's so funny now that it's just so strange nowadays that you know, I talk about how, and this is going back to the you know, school shooter thing, and my, you know, my theories on that we're just not, we don't ever like, parents just don't have any connection with their kids anymore. And it's even less now when it comes to school, because they've retaught the entire approach to curriculum. Like now there's new math that's Chinese to me. I couldn't help my kid with homework, you know, like, first of all, he surpassed me as far as how long he got through school in the first place. So the stuff that he was learning was already like stuff that I had never even got to yet. But then there's just like new math. So I that's totally different than what I was doing in school. And I don't even know, you know, and I don't think we're raising a nation of idiots. Kids are smart. Like my son is super smart. He's very intelligent.
Oh, they're geniuses.
Yeah, they're very intelligent. My son was jailed.
My daughter in primary school was doing maths and English that I to this day can't do. But then I'm ADHD and dyslexic, so
same here.
But I mean, when she was 6 years old, she was creating Minecraft networks and coding games, and
yeah, same with my kid. Like my kid was jailbreaking iPhones for kids, and he didn't even own one, and he was doing it for money in middle school. You know, like,
yeah, my daughter was booting up my computer and loading up her games by the age of 4. It's ridiculous how smart they are.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But you're right. They have definitely cut back on the creative stuff now, which I think is a big shame, because that's a big outlet for them.
Well, right, and it helps you enjoy school more. You know,
yeah.
Now everything, like, dude, they give you off days like every month. Like my son was in high school, and it was like, you know, I thought he was lying to me. You know, like I thought he was lying to me, because he would be like, he'd be like, nope, I don't got any school tomorrow. And I'd be like, what do you mean you don't have school tomorrow? You know, he'd be like, yeah, it's a teacher's planning day, or it's this, or it's that. And it's basically just to cut budget, you know, like that's why
we had those as well. Like teachers, yeah, we had teachers planning days and that occasionally, and that when I was at school. But how long does your school day go there?
My son would, I think his school day started at 7 a.m. and would end at like 2 p.m.
Our
like
shift goes
2:30 p.m.
from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Yeah, see, that's short as hell.
And then in the middle of that, they've got the I think it's like half an hour recess, and then they have an hour lunch break.
Yeah, see, now I went to school, when I went to high school, it was 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. School let out at 2:30 p.m. And when I was in middle school, it was 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's, you know, it's crazy. So I mean, there's opportunities, because my whole thing, I had to just trust my kid that he was going to do his homework. You know, I mean, and he was actually pretty good about it, because his grades were okay. Like I would, you know, I was real involved with his school, in the sense that like I couldn't help him with his homework, and I wished I could, but I had to just trust that he was doing his homework. And he was actually. What's really weird about it is he was doing his homework. He was just fucking off in class. He was a class clown, and he wasn't doing the assigned work while he was in class. So it's like, I can't parent you at school. You know what I'm saying, dude? So
yeah.
This would just give him like a C average, when he was more than capable.
My daughter is getting A's and B's in everything except for music. And I'm like, well, that makes sense. Her mum's not exactly going to be encouraging music, since dad's a professional musician. So that kind of pees me off. But but here they don't enforce homework. Homework is, if you want to do it, do it. They figure you're doing enough at school.
What? Yeah, no, that's not the case here. I mean, yeah, that's not the case here. Yeah. But I mean, the thing is what it does is like, so even you have this extra time to spend with your kids when they get home, you know, unless you have a job that you have to hold down, or two jobs that you have to hold down, you know, you have this extra time to spend with your kids at school, but you can't really help them with their homework. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so there's just nothing to really bring parents and kids together. And the successful parents are workaholics, you know. So you have successful parents that are workaholics and make their kids secondary, and then you have you have the not so successful parents that have to work too many hours in order to put food on the table. And so so this generation now, it's just a generation of kids behind their iPads and behind their phones, and then it's just nothing but social media. And then they're just seeing people getting all this attention on social media and comparing and going, oh, I got this many followers, or I got this many likes. And then, you know, you get these.
Luckily over here, most parents are pretty strict on that over here. Like,
well, you
my
probably
daughter,
don't have as many school shootings, do you?
We don't have any of them, so.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying is you have these kids, this one common denominator with all these kids, this one common factor with all of these school shooters is they're usually between what, like 17 and 20, you know, and they're putting out videos, and they're vlogging and talking about how shitty their life is, and how their dad doesn't pay attention to them, and their mommy doesn't love them, and they're
even
sick
the
of
Columbine
everything,
shooters way back then did that.
We're gonna show you, and they have nobody that they can relate to as far as peers go. So they have no peers, and then what happens is they're like, well, how do I show all these peers? Well, I can ironically just become social media famous more than they can ever do it by walking into school and blowing everybody away. You know?
Well, yeah.
And this is the common factor that we keep seeing in these school shooters. So, but everybody wants to focus on the mental health issue. And it's like, no, what you need to focus on is raising your fucking kids right. And going back,
well, it sounds like Nick,
that we used to have, to where people actually had the means to spend time with their kids and interact with them and give them and give them proper extracurricular activities. You know, and even if it's just fucking gaming, like, dude, it was fine when I was in high school. Everybody, you got home, you went home and you played Nintendo. You know what I mean? You went home, you played Sega. You know?
Yeah, my daughter used to kick my ass at Street Fighter and Tekken.
Yeah, like you don't have to be the athletic type. You know, like you could still be a kid who just goes home. Like that's what I did. I went home and I watched the same old sitcoms that I was watching my whole life in reruns. You know, and playing video games.
Apparently, court's back and they're showing the rifle to the witnesses.
Well, I'm not here. Yeah, see, we're not. Oh, you know what? I had it paused.
You paused it again.
Yeah, but I'm caught up now, and it's still not.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll just
maybe check another feed.
I'm sure they're probably bringing it back.
M&K Life Matters said that they're back in.
Is this channel just not showing the rifles? Is that what's going on?
Maybe. But yeah, I get the impression that Nick probably has something like ADHD, dyslexia, or autism, and that, so he would have struggled at school as well.
All right, and I gave my earbuds a chance to charge, and they're fully charged, so.
The ammunition on this one is going to be 20 marked LC and 3 PMCs.
This time I'd like to offer Stacy's 12 and 12C.
Oh yeah, I'm not streaming Law and Crime. Yeah, we don't play with Law and Crime here. They suck.
Over the defense objection states 12C as in Charlie for identification will be received as 271 and 12E be received as 272.
I do want to see that rifle. I'll fast forward it back up real quick, but this is the vest.
I'll be back in a sec. I'm just jumping out to connect my in-ears.
This is
okay.
The vest that I collected from that stairwell.
Yeah, WPLG is
and this
slipping.
here is where the pouches where you would put the magazines that I had found. And then up here on the right side, as I stated, was where the Nassau County Police.
Okay. Let me show you Stacy. Students.
By the students, yes. Okay. Is used to.
The double bag.
No.
I feel like he's got the rifle here. That's the rifle bag.
Sorry, from Crespo, I want to show you.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a guitar bag, but I don't expect that Uber driver to really know the difference. You can't really expect her to.
That is the Cabela bag I collected on that date.
Right, and you took photographs of them.
Yes.
Photographs we just showed. I just showed.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 11.
Sorry, I'm just gonna breeze through this so we can catch up again.
I did.
And they truly accurately do. No, ma'am. Okay. And the west stairwell is 1200B.
Yeah, I'm not actually seeing the rifle.
That end.
12G and 12Z.
All right, let me just. All right, I'm just gonna catch it up.
1403 as well as the previous defense motion to exclude. Thank you.
Over the defense objection states 12D as in Delta will be received as 275.
Sorry, Sergeant, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Mark 12I.
This is one of the magazines that was taken out of the vest. This is the 40 magazine capacity. So it's 40 capacity. This is one of the magazines that was taken out from the vest, and it's a 40 round capacity. So basically, it can hold up to 40 rounds and separated again by the different companies of manufacturers.
Okay, what are the companies of manufacturers?
This one, it was 36 WMA and 4 RP 223s.
Okay, so there are 40 rounds in that 40 round magazine that were in the vest, right?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 12I. Rule 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 12I will be received as 276.
Sergeant, show me State's Exhibit 12J.
This was also removed from the vest. This is a 30 capacity.
Sergeant, could you just please speak up?
This is a 30 capacity. It was also removed from the vest. I apologize. It's one.
Look at the size of those
RP
rounds.
And one FC. And then you have 7 PMCs here and then 21 LC.
Look at the size of those rounds.
Totaling 30 rounds.
30 rounds, live rounds, right?
Live rounds, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit.
And there's no such thing as actual bulletproof glass, is there? Just bullet resistant.
I couldn't tell you, honestly. I don't know.
277.
This coffee is helping for the time being, but when I run out, I'm really worried about the crash.
I'm jealous. I can't have caffeine.
Identify that, Sergeant.
12K is a 30 round
But bringing this
magazine.
coffee maker
that-
down here and putting it right here was the best
Again,
idea I
sorry.
ever had.
This is also a 30 round magazine capacity here, and it's separated by the
Jesus, dude.
manufacturer. I had 1 WTC, 6 LCs, 2 MALs, 7 RPs, 8 MCs, and 6 FC rounds to total 30.
30 live rounds.
Yes,
Man,
30
they
live
don't
rounds.
need any more evidence. This is enough to show that he meant
yeah,
business.
like you're
12K.
you've got a mind to kill when you've got those kind of rounds and that many on you.
States 12K for identification will be received as 278.
Sergeant.
Cherry's probably going to love this comment, but why does any regular civilian need that kind of weapon and ammunition?
So you can
12L
shoot somebody
is
like that who has
PNG,
that kind of
which is the
weapon
brand of
and
the magazine.
ammunition.
They have brands as well.
He shouldn't have it in the first
That is
place.
a 30 round
He
capacity.
bought it legally.
Separated by the ammunition
Whatever.
brand of 5 RPs, 1 FC, 6 PMC, and 18
Because this is
LCs
America, man.
to total.
And you know
30
what?
America.
Yeah, absolutely. I know people clown at that, especially liberals, but the thing is, dude, like the whole point of the Second Amendment is if the government gets out of hand, you know, and tries to become tyrannical, how are we with the kind of weapons that the government has, with the kind of weapons that the military has to try to control us, what chance do we have without weaponry like that? So
What chance do you have with
at least
weaponry
the
like that?
Yes.
That's at least the excuse that civilians have for stockpiling weapons
This
like
again
this.
came out of the vest. It is a 30 round capacity.
The government have
magazine.
changed.
I had separated again by
True.
ammunition manufacturer.
And drones.
7 PMCs,
And
8 FCs,
planes.
God knows what else that we don't know about yet.
This one totaled 29 live rounds.
But if I have the money, I could buy a tank if I wanted to. Problem is, no civilian has the budget that the military has, because
let's set up a GoFundMe.
A fighter plane is like what, $50 million? Like an F-16.
Okay, that GoFundMe is going to take a little while.
Yeah. So, so imagine what a tank costs. It's got to be up there too.
I guess I'm also blessed by the fact that I live in a country where if the government pisses us off, we just get rid of them.
Go into the main hallway.
Yes.
I want to show you State's Exhibit 12P and ask you if you can identify this.
Yes.
What is that?
The hallway was separated from west to east by quadrants, approximately 20-foot quadrants. And we started on the west side, 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, 3-6, 3-7, 3-8, 3-9, ending in 3-10 to equal 10 quadrants, starting from the east at 3-1, ending on the west at 3-10.
Why do you do that?
In order for collection purposes, to be able to collect them by quadrant, just made sense in this type of a case.
Okay. All right, this time
What's up, Steve?
State's Exhibit 12P.
Have fun, man.
No, man.
States 12P for identification without objection will be received as states 281.
That's true, Central Florida mommies.
Yeah, I mean,
talk about that.
Last week you definitely convinced me, you know, when we had this conversation, that I can understand why it's wise for you guys to carry guns, but
yes, sir.
You know, where is overkill?
I mean, it's overkill for somebody to be pissed off at the world because they're entitled and they whine because they're not happy enough, and they think that's an excuse to just go out and shoot people for attention.
Yeah.
So now that we unfortunately live in a society like that, and make no mistake, we are living in a society like that. These incidents keep taking place. The only way is for the same reason, you know, the same reason why you would buy your kid a backpack that's bulletproof. Is, you know,
this was a
you arm yourself and put somebody like that down.
Closest to the east stairwell, and laying in front of his classroom was victim Scott Beagle.
Scott Beagle?
Yes.
And did you take those photographs?
I did.
And is that those two photographs truly and accurately depict Scott Beagle as he appeared outside 1256 on February 14, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 14C and 14A.
Is there any objection?
Just from all grounds.
Do you reckon it's something that they would do, getting ex-military that are already trained, jobs to be armed protecting schools?
I think that would be a great idea, is to get those who take pride in militia and their right to be in formed militia. I mean, this country won by militia. This country won its freedom by overthrowing you know, the king and back in the late 1700s, in declaring our independence, and it was just all militia that did it. And
because you get so many returning service people that are fully trained in using the weapons, that don't get scared under, you know, from the sound of the shots and that. They come back, they're not trained in anything else, so they end up going downhill because they can't find work. Why don't they get paid to be in schools? You know, casual clothing and whatnot, but armed.
There's another argument right there, because what are we talking about? We're talking about ex-military who can't get work. Why? Because they suffer from PTSD and have
1255.
mental health issues, and we're gonna arm them and put them in put them in charge of protecting our schools. No.
But how many
a
are coming
retired-
back that have been, injured that because they've been, shot in the leg or whatever, they don't have the PTSD. They're just not in a physical capability to,
Well,
fully
how
serve.
many are injured from combat who don't struggle with PTSD?
That's true.
Over the defense objection, state
So,
exhibit 5,
like I'm saying, I'm just playing devil's advocate. There's always an
No,
argument.
you're
There's just
right.
always an argument. But I do think ex-law enforcement, I think ex-law enforcement, retired veterans, hire them.
That's what I'm thinking more towards, the retired veterans.
Sure, freelance.
I wouldn't go ex-law enforcement after what we've seen lately.
Well,
they won't go in
law
when they're
enforcement,
current law enforcement. What are they going to do when they're ex?
But that was just that incident. We don't see a rash of that happening necessarily. Like,
well, no, they actually questioned that with Columbine.
Yes.
They questioned it with Sandy Hook, and they even questioned it with this one.
Men's bathroom.
Yeah, Ray, I'm not saying all veterans do. I'm saying it could be argued that there's the risk.
Photograph as well of the victims between the
They would
bathroom.
obviously have to pass the testing in that, but I would think it would be much better to have people that are trained in it and skilled in it than asking teachers to take on the extra load of carrying weapons, learning how to use them, and that when they're already, overworked, underpaid, and have to worry about getting their students hidden.
Well, but you also have these ex-military who form militia, and they take this pride in, okay, if the government gets out of hand, this is why we form the militia. But they're sitting around doing nothing, like they just meet up and shoot trees and bottles and shit. You know what I mean? So like, instead of doing that, go protect the school. In the meantime, do something productive.
Cherry, I think we've had one mass shooting since we brought all the gun laws in after Port Douglas.
Who said anything? We didn't. Nobody brought up let's arm non-military trained people. We've been talking about arming military trained people, just retired. That's what we came to an agreement on. That would be a good idea. See, Cherry's the example of a liberal that just wants to argue just to argue. They know their points don't make sense, so they just have to just keep on arguing. Typical liberal.
I'm liberal. Actually, I'm not liberal. I'm a whoever makes the best point wins the argument.
Well, right. That's where I'm at. Usually liberals make the worst points. Usually. 90% of the time. Usually liberals just complain just to complain, in my experience.
Yeah, Port Arthur was full on.
Every time I bring this up, every time I make that point, by the way, I lose like 10 subs. Like every time. It's hilarious.
Which is crazy. I would consider myself more liberal than anything, but I always find the middle ground on it. You're stupid if you don't.
There were a lot of social issues that I agree that I'm left leaning. I wouldn't call myself liberal, but left leaning. But mostly I'm just like, do whatever the fuck you want as long as it doesn't bother anybody. And there are certain things that bother you that shouldn't, like, grow a little backbone. Like words should not be hurting you, So I think things go a little too far. As soon as you start telling me what I can or cannot say, I get annoyed.
Yeah.
And it's to a point to where I have to like control what I say, because somebody's going to go, oh my God, you know, like because you use a certain word, you're
right
a
outside
homophobe,
the
or you
men's
use
bathroom,
another
labeled
certain word,
1247.
you're a racist. And some words that you do use, you are a homophobe, and some words that you do make you use can make you a racist. But there's things that are being twisted and blown up to make you out to just be these things and label you these things. And it's gotten ridiculous, you know, to the point to where a comedian can't do their job. And you know, when things are just jokes, it's not that serious.
Penetration sites, basically.
Our schools over here have resource officers too, but pretty much they go to the schools to teach stranger danger. Be careful if you are on social media. That kind of stuff. Don't take candy from strangers, etc.
No, Cherry. It's because I'm right, and they get triggered and leave.
Yes.
They rage quit the channel is what happens. It's because I'm right and they have no argument. Otherwise, they would join me on panel. And by the way, I'm just saying that to piss Cherry off. That's the argument we always have.
At least I've had the balls to come on.
Victim talking.
Sure. Yeah. And you know what? Amazing. We don't agree on everything, yet we can have a civil discussion like every time.
Yes.
Imagine that.
And we always end up meeting in the middle and agreeing.
Some way. Yeah. I wouldn't say necessarily agreeing, but coming to a point to where it's like, I respect your point and I can see that, and you can see mine, and that's good enough for me. No reason to like, you're wrong. You know, that's just childish.
289.
Yeah, Limey the squirrel. Exactly, Steve. Listen to Will Cherry and you'll never be wrong again. It's so easy. It's so simple.
Yes.
I'm offering you
in
solutions
this
here.
direction, right in here. Where's the alcove?
Showing you State's Exhibit 113. Who was that?
That's victim Hakeem Oliver.
Oh, are they bringing in the photos of Joaquin now? I'm so glad I haven't seen his dad there. He can't handle it now.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibits.
If Joaquin was anything like his dad, yeah. His dad is the sweetest, nicest guy ever.
12T and 13S.
Okay.
Sergeant, can you identify those?
What, Sharon Reyes?
Yes. This is a photograph.
Oh my God.
Looking towards the
I love that that's always
west
brought up, this whole
hallway,
January 6th
and
thing, what happened with the Capitol,
shows
and
victim Peter Wayne.
you know, that's unpatriotic and blah
This
blah blah.
photograph here
I mean,
is
it was a
photograph,
protest.
same
It was
thing, towards the west
it was just
hallway,
as much of a protest
starting
as
at
any
about where
George
the
Floyd
women's
protest
bathroom
where
is,
people picked
and
up
it shows
bricks and
4
threw them through
victims.
windows, because that was a peaceful
Victim Mel
protest,
Pollack,
right?
victim
That
Kara Loughran,
everybody picked up bricks and
victim
threw them
Oliver,
through
and
windows
Peter
and
Wayne.
looted stores. That was peaceful.
And then this
But
is photograph
but the
in
whole
between
January
the
6th thing was
bathrooms,
violent.
and it shows
It was just as violent as that,
some of
sure.
2
But why
victims.
do you
I
get
agree
to
what they were protesting for with George Floyd, but completely against how they did it.
Sure. You know what I mean? And I love that they're trying to blame it all on Trump. Like, and I'm not a Trump fan. I can't stand Trump, as a matter of fact. But this is what I'm talking about with these liberals, dude, is like they want to blame Trump for that and say that he organized this violent attack on the Capitol. And it's like, no, like there's only evidence of him encouraging peaceful protest. Like that's a patriotic thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't say, hey, go in there and storm the Capitol and try to take it over and trash the place. He didn't say anything like that. But yet they're trying to they've got this witch hunt going on them because they're afraid of him running again in 2024. And that's all this is. Like, that's literally all it is. And nobody wants to admit this. Like,
if he gets in 2024, I've got a spare room for you, mate.
Right on.
If Biden stays in 2024, I've got a room for you, mate.
Yeah, and, you know,
I hate them both as bad as each other.
And all they're doing is just encouraging Trump supporters that much more. Like, it's having the opposite effect. They don't even realize it. They're just throwing a tantrum, and they're using legislation to do it. It's so weird. You know, like, you don't throw tantrums and win things. It doesn't work that way.
Head down.
Oh, I watched the hearings from start to finish, Buttercup, baby, and
all the way by the
you have to keep in mind there was only one Republican on the panel, so they picked what fit their narrative. And I'll agree, based on what they showed, it does not look good for Trump. But they picked what they showed. And I hate Trump with a passion.
I back too? DJT. Who the fuck is DJT?
Donald J. Trump.
Oh, I did not back. See, this is what I'm talking. Did you not just hear me say that I am not a Trump supporter in the slightest bit and that I don't like him? I use those words exactly. Did I not just say that? This is a perfect example that liberals only hear what they want to hear.
Yeah, he said very clearly he can't stand Trump, but
right. But I'm not going to sit here and let you unfairly blame him for something that there's no evidence of him doing. But this is that
he a
attitude.
complete idiot? Absolutely.
You're with us or you're against us.
Right.
You know, that you're with us or against us attitude is just something that I just can't get behind. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, like, I just can't do that. That's the opposite of me being an independent American. I can tell both sides, hey, fuck off. I think you're both acting like idiots.
Over where the stairwell is and where Peter Wang was.
Where he was, and he's obviously removed in this photograph.
Yes.
Peter Wang actually received a medal from Air Force, the Air Force, I believe.
That comment was so ridiculous that's why I couldn't put together who DJT was. I couldn't even compute it because of how ridiculous that comment was. Couldn't even put it together. But yeah, we'll cut the politics for now and get back to this trial.
Yeah, get back to this, especially now that they're talking about the victims.
That is the west wall. And all the markings is a document in the wall.
I hope they go into detail of how much of a hero Peter was.
That window there?
Yes.
Where is that window?
That window faces the campus towards the east, towards the west side, and there is strike marks on that window.
I'll show you now, State's Exhibit 14J. See if you can identify that.
Yes.
Oh, poor Fred. He's going to have to hear her go back to
window, just a close-up picture of that window.
Jamie.
Where the strike marks, yes.
God, I feel so bad for all of these families that are sitting there having to hear one thing after the other.
Yeah. The third floor was...
They're just sitting there going, like, can we just shoot this guy up with lethal injection already? Can we do that now? Like, tomorrow?
I hope he gets firing squad if he gets death. Give him a
like to
taste of
see
his
that.
own medicine.
I would like to see that for old time's sake. You know what I mean? Just let's bring back some old stuff. You know,
Yes,
like
sir.
let's bring back drawing and quartering.
This is looking out west, yes.
And now showing you states exhibits marked 13Z, 14G, 14F, and 14E.
This is a
Y'all are
bullet hole penetration site.
y'all are so
of
catty
in-room
talking about this woman's
1255
hair, man.
And documentation of the projectile flight, how the projectile went through the room.
Most
in
of
room
the parents
1255.
didn't actually get
All these photographs are documenting that.
the full details of what happened to their kids.
Yes.
Just the parents that were deeply involved. So,
Yes.
This time I'd like to offer
Fred Gutenberg, he knows this case probably as good, if not better, than the prosecutors. Meadow Pollock's dad, which is the grey-haired guy in the middle of the screen at the moment, he knows it inside out. Joaquin's dad, he started to get really involved in it, but it became too much on his health. And I think that's why he's not in court.
And they have every right, you know, too. You know what I mean? Just to not even feel comfortable enough to sit in court, you know.
I wouldn't want to.
Right. I can't blame a parent for just finding it too painful and just trusting the system and being like, I hope, you know, let me know how it turns out. And I hope it turns out however, you know, they want it to turn out. You know, like I said, I feel like they have, I think that justice should be determined as to what these people feel is right.
Especially the parents of the ones on the third floor.
Yeah.
The third floor, they didn't have anything slowing down the impact of the bullets, and he came back for more shots.
Yeah, Sharon Ray's, we're not talking about that anymore. Just live with the fact that I'm right and you're wrong, and we'll move on. This is why Cherry calls me the troll.
Okay, over the defense objection, states 13Z will be received as 296, 14E will be received as 297, 14F 298, and 14G 299.
Oh my God, Sharon Ray's, give it a rest.
Dang it, what did I start there? Please don't reach through the screen and punch me in the face.
That one parent, man, that poor guy, like they keep putting the camera on him when he yawns. Like every time they put the camera on him, he yawns. I feel bad.
With the grey hair?
Yeah.
Meadows' dad, yeah. He'd be exhausted. He's
sure.
He
hasn't taken this well at all.
It's the fire cartridges or fire casings, as we stated before, all around the front of classroom 1255.
Where's 1256?
1256 is going to be right here, and then this is 1255.
And now showing you State Exhibit 299. What's that?
This is showing penetration sites.
Yeah, good point, Buttercup baby.
You want to circle?
Yes, I'm going to right now, which is basically our layman's terms, our bullet hole, which is going to be here. I'm sorry, I kind of covered it a little.
Here, I'll give you the-
There, it's right there.
Okay.
And then right here.
Sharon Rays, sit down, sit in the corner
Mark 299.
for 300 seconds because I asked you nicely twice.
State Exhibit 297.
That is a close-up picture of that penetration site.
Okay. And now 290.
This is the other side of it.
You say the other side.
This is the other side of that wall. So it went through, and we use ballistic trajectory rods, basically a forensic tool, to show us the flight path of basically the projectile. So when we do this, we look at, we study the interior of it and to know where the penetration site is. So where that bullet hole first went in is usually a cleaner entrance, and then when it comes out, you see what you see there. It is not as clean per se as the beginning, right? So with those trajectory rods, we're able to the Promethean board in that classroom.
Okay, so this we're standing. We're looking at this.
So for those that watch CSI, yes, they do really use those little sticks with lights on them with the hairspray.
Where that bully sign was, it's just going right through.
But we're standing in the classroom.
Yes, you're standing inside the classroom.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Mark 13.
Jerry.
Yes, you should identify this.
Yes. This was found on quadrant 3-4 on the 3rd floor, and it's a rail cover in the hallway, and it was collected in quadrant 3-4.
So holding up now State's Exhibit 281, which is the quadrant diagram.
Yes.
Testified about. So where did you find this rail cover?
We can't see it.
Yeah.
Now we can.
Okay. It was, so this is the alcove to the women's restroom here.
No, I can't see it.
I can't see it either. So right here is that alcove?
Now y'all got me looking
I don't
at her
have
hair.
the red pen, so I can show you. So 1238, where the alcove is, it was right in the interior.
Hold on for 1 second.
Okay.
I would think the entire courtroom is probably seeing the images because there are monitors
There we go.
like on the ceiling
Oh,
there,
look, my fingers are
facing.
So yes, it was in this little alcove, and it was like right there. Yes.
Yes, the whole courtroom is,
The rail cover
and they've
for
got
the firearm, and
covers
basically
on
a rail
the
cover is attached usually to the
monitors
barrel, and that's
that
because it
stop
gets
the
hot,
cameras
and
from being able to film it.
protects you from is usually the reason for the rail cover.
Remember the first day how they were complaining that they couldn't see when they were sitting at angles of the monitors?
Okay, over the defense objection, states 13N, like Nancy, will be received as states 300.
Now, Sergeant, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13L, 13K, 13J, 13I, 13H, 13G, 13B, 13C, 13B, 13A, 12Z, 12Y, and 12X for identification. I'll ask you if you can identify these photographs.
Okay. Yes. These the first couple here are going to be in front of the teacher's lounge, room 1240. And to the interior of that teacher's lounge in 1240, it shows the strike marks on the windows of that room. And the documentation of that, it also shows the fired casings in that room and a magazine that was left behind. More fired cartridges. There's another room within that room, and it shows that there was also evidence of firearms going into that room. More fired cartridges, and more fire cartridges. And this was within, then there's a photograph of within the room, a fire cartridge on the ground there as well.
And how many fired cartridge casings did you find in 1240?
12. I'm sorry, 10. It's 10 in there, not 12. I'm thinking there was a live round too.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer Stacy exhibits 12X, 12Y, 12Z, 13A, 13B.
Man, this defense team really could use a lesson on the psychology of colors.
13H, 13I, 13J, 13K, 13.
A hot pink suit, and the guy on the end is wearing a bright pink tie yet again.
I mean, y'all got me looking at her hair now. Like I can't unsee it. And I just see I see a bunch of ramen noodles on the back of her head. Oh my God.
So if you do a recap after the trial's done, and let's not forget what the ramen noodle chick said.
Yeah, the witness, the one on the stand. And no disrespect to her, I'm pretty sure she's law enforcement. You know, she's probably a badass at her job. Just can't help but see ramen noodles on the back of her head. That's all. You know,
I'm actually very impressed with her. Especially considering she got the toughest of the floors.
We just made the same objections as made to S237 regarding markings in the scene being different. Okay. Thank you.
I wonder how many on the prosecution team and investigators resigned after this. I don't think I could handle doing another scene after going through all this.
She needs to touch up on her roots. Yeah, like last year. I gotta stop. I gotta stop making fun of this lady. Like, she's clearly a professional. She don't solve crimes with her hair, y'all. Go easy.
I think they're going to cross-examine her. Nick just brought something up.
Over the defense objection, the exhibits will be received as the following: 12X like X-ray 301, 12Y 302, 12Z like zebras 303, 13A like alpha 304, 13B like bravo 305, 13C like Charlie 306, 13D Delta 307, 13G 308, 13H 309, 13I 310, 13J 311, 13K 312, and 13L 313.
And I agree with Limey the squirrel. I mean, the judge, she is smoking, you know, but she's got some serious RBFS. Like, no doubt about that.
RB what?
RBFS, resting bitch face syndrome.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's just always mean looking. You know, she's got to lighten up. Eat some ice cream and chocolate once in a while. Get happy, you know?
Out of court, she's pretty cool. I think she's just fed up with the defense.
I like that I like that she's given the defense shit. You know what I mean? I like that about her. I'm not going to lie.
I said, and me, if it's pointing at you, it's pointing at me, but
I mean, you'll remember last week I had a problem with her, and I was like, oh, she's given them grounds to appeal on. But after watching all the pretrial sessions, it's no wonder she's had a gut full of them.
And I mean, the pressure, she's a young judge, you know what I mean? She can't be used to this kind of pressure, you know.
She's got kids. She's got
high
kids
profile
the same
case.
age as the ones that were murdered.
Really?
Yeah.
She's doing something right, because
13 F.
Okay. 13E is going to be the one fired casing collected from room 1240A. So this is that second room that we described within that first room, which is a teacher's lounge. So you get the picture. And then here are going to be the other fired casings that are in that big main room that you're going to see. And it is a quantity of 9 and the one which is 10, which is what I stated from both.
This time I'd like to offer states exhibits 13F and 13E.
Is there an objection?
Forward, please.
Okay, over the defense objection states 13E will be received as 314, and states 13F, like Frank, will be received as 315.
I have to say, Gramps is definitely impressing me too now.
13M.
Gramps?
Prosecutor.
Oh, yeah. He started off pretty shaky, but...
First day I thought this is doomed, but no, he's really doing a good job.
Magazine that I stated was in that room as well. And you're going to see it's on a desk.
Oh shit! Another one.
Another magazine
that was recovered from there. Up to 40 bullets can fit in here, like I've stated before.
So he emptied that thing. So up to 40 bullets, he emptied that thing.
He meant business.
Yeah.
Is there any objection?
Because you got to remember, you got to fill those magazines up manually. You don't buy a magazine already filled up with bullets. You buy the ammunition and you buy the magazines that
Well,
come with the
one of the
gun.
reasons he was kicked out of the school was because he took a box of ammunition to school.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is a view
That's
of
crazy.
that teacher's lounge, room 1240, looking at it from east to west.
So we're talking about the northwest section of the third floor hallway, correct?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 302.
That is going to be a view of that same teacher's lounge, room 1240, but this is from south to north.
And State's Exhibit 303.
This is that same room now in the interior of the room, which it depicts the
Damn you guys.
windows and your strike marks on the windows.
Okay. The windows, which directions are the windows facing?
The windows are facing towards the west.
Okay. And how about the one window on the left?
This window here,
Yeah.
this window is facing towards the south.
Showing you State's Exhibit 304.
I mean, if you lose her at a music festival, you'll find her pretty quick through the crowd. You know, you'll be like, oh, there she is.
I mean, that is our west view.
Wait, that's a guy eating a bowl of noodles.
State's Exhibit 305.
That is going to be that north view, and the strike marks there, which is a way to get back to that west side. It's the walking path in that school.
And State's Exhibit 307, is that a close-up?
Yes, documenting.
And State's Exhibit 308.
This is right below that north and west where the windows are there.
Probably so when they're checking a dark room with luminol, they don't have to play Marco Polo to find her.
Here is that empty magazine that was
Her head glows with the blue light.
collected.
State's Exhibit 309.
This is that back room that I spoke of, which is 1240A. And then here's some just more casings.
10.
She got up in the morning,
Closer up to that and
tied her hair back, and then put the back of her hair in some boiling water, and then poof,
other casings that
just
were found.
just like a Asian restaurant.
Behind the desk, once it was moved, there was also
Has a
other
little one who
casings
attacked her hair in her sleep, so she put some spaghetti on.
Lastly, 313.
Why are
These
we roasting the
photographs.
witness?
This is inside that room that I
Because
talked
we're
about.
dicks.
And then that's where
You're
one
absolute,
casing was recovered.
total immature assholes. Children.
Now showing you State's Exhibit Mark 14B.
This is another 40 capacity magazine that I recovered from Quadrant 39.
Another
This was
40.
beside Scott Beagle.
Crazy, man.
And it was empty.
Okay, so looking at our schematic.
39 is going to be right here.
This time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit.
there any objection?
No, it's under 401.
I've got to say it.
Okay, over the
He's a
fence
lousy fucking
objections,
shot.
14D, like Delta, will be received as state 317.
I mean, it's true. I mean, it is an AR-15 rifle, isn't it? So, like, I've shot an AR-15 rifle twice in my life, and they're scary accurate and scary easy to use. Hardly any recoil at all. So it's just, and I mean,
He blew through all these magazines and yet only killed 17, injured 17.
Right. Seems like he
Man,
was
I
just
think I could beat
These
him
are
at
the fire
Call of
casings
Duty.
that we just when we discussed how
he
everything
seems
was
like he was just
set up into
spraying just to
quadrants.
spray.
This is quadrant 3-1, which would have been the quadrant further west by victim Peter Wang. And again, I do them by the make of the manufacturer for that fire casing. So here we have one EM 8 Lake City, which is LC, one PMC, and one FC.
So 10 casings
There's a total of 10 casings here, yes.
in Q1, right?
In Q3-1.
Much easier than handguns, Ray. Much easier.
13R.
Only 10 casings by Peter.
I mean, I actually
Our quadrant
Good
3-2.
I don't get, like,
have one
I'm not
PMC,
particularly a
2
fan of guns.
LCs,
I don't like them necessarily. I mean,
one
I have gone to the gun range a couple of times, but
REM.
I didn't get any pleasure from
Total
firing
of
them the way
4
people are like,
casings
oh,
in
it made me
quadrant
feel so
3-2.
powerful. You know, I just didn't get that sensation. As a matter of fact, firing the AR-15 almost made me uncomfortable because it was just, there was no challenge. I was there to just see how good I could get at hitting a target, right? But there's no challenge. If you take a second and aim and hold properly, you're not going to miss your target with an AR-15. You're not. And I have no experience shooting at all.
I have never seen a gun out of its holster. The only time I've seen a gun is on the belt of a cop.
This is quadrant 3-4, and we have one PMC and one LC, a total of 2 casings in quadrant 3-4.
States exhibit mark 13X.
Unless you count laser tag and cap guns.
Here we have quadrant 3-7, and one LC was collected from quadrant 3-7, one fire casing.
States exhibit mark 13Y.
This is our
This
quadrant
is insane,
3-8.
and this is all on
I have
floor 3.
14 LCs, 1 WMA, 2 REMs, for a quantity of 17 in this quadrant 3-8. And they're down here, separately packaged.
States exhibit identification 14B.
This is going to be quadrant 3-9. And there was 11 there. It's going to be 4 PMCs, 7 LCs, for a total of 11, which are here, separated again.
Okay, so you had 51
It totaled to 51 in the hallway.
and 10 in 1240 for a total of 61 cases, correct?
61 casings in the 3rd floor.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer States exhibits 14B. Y. 13X. 13W. 13U. 14A. Yes, ma'am, relevancy in 401, please.
Okay, over the defense objection states 13P as in Paul will be received as 318. States 13R will be received as 319. 13U will be received as 320. 13W will be received as 321. 13X will be received as 322. 13Y will be received as 323. And 14B will be received as 324.
I'm surprised they're objecting to everything because at his plea hearing, she made it very crystal clear that any evidence that would have been used in the guilty phase of the trial can and will, she emphasized will, be used in the sentencing
14T,
section.
14B, like in
Well, Central Florida mommies, I would argue. I mean, I don't know how much experience shooting guns that you have, but I wouldn't imagine that an AR varies that much as far as kickback. I wonder if maybe, and I'm not saying because I don't know, but maybe it was the way you were holding it. I went to the gun range with a Marine and he showed me how to properly hold it and everything. And in comparison to everything else that I shot, I mean, every gun that you fire is going to have kickback to it. But in comparison to everything else that I shot, that was almost nothing. And there was three sight levels to aim through, right?
That makes sense. It has the longer barrel to travel through, which is going to slow it down.
I don't know about that necessarily. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily how it works, but it was. I had a Marine that was teaching me how to actually grip the gun and hold it against my shoulder properly, and how to like position my shoulder so that it wouldn't, kick back and actually hurt my shoulder. You know what I mean? Knock it out of place. Which any if you don't hold a rifle properly, you risk that every time. Doesn't matter what rifle you fire. So
that way. So this is that magazine that was on the desk. It's a swab.
Magazine. Out of and I fired this big shotgun. It was
a swab of the magazine that came from the MP15 gun.
I just didn't. I don't know, because maybe I had him there teaching me how to hold it properly,
from the vest, one of the 30 capacity.
And it has, like I said, the three things of sight to go through. It just made it very easy to hit my target accurately.
I swabbed the carry handles, and also it had a sling, so it goes across your body, again, for the possible presence of DNA. So that came from.
So right now she's going through all the DNA swabs that she took from the gun, again, the casing, and all the shells.
This here is a swab from a 30 capacity in the vest as well. I'll keep the vest up here. Another vest swab of another magazine. This swab is of the weapon. I swabbed the trigger, the grip, the charging handle, and the foregrip of the weapon. This is a swab of that earpiece, the earmuff style that was in that Cabela bag, the soft rifle bag. I went ahead and I swabbed the earpiece and the head strap to that as well. And that's all the swabs that.
Last one is exhibit 14W.
This swab is of that magazine in that quadrant 3-9 that was empty, also that 40 capacity. You saw that's a swab of that magazine.
And lastly, I'm going to show you state exhibit 14X.
This is the buccal collection kit that I took of Nikolas Cruz. The buccal is a DNA of a person, and I received an order to go take that.
You took a swab?
Yes.
All right, and you see the person you took a swab of, a buccal swab of here today?
Yes.
Did you point him out there?
Yes. Yes, he's sitting with a blue sweater and a light blue mask.
Okay, Madam Reporter, please let the record reflect that Sergeant Crespo identified Lieutenant Nikolas Cruz, please. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions of Sergeant Crespo.
Sergeant Crespo.
Okay, I wonder what useless questions she's going to have this time.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
When you go to process a crime scene, you have a specific protocol that you follow, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after getting an assignment and then visually inspecting whatever it is you're going to process, you immediately take photographs of the area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you do this because in processing a crime scene, you often have to alter it, the crime scene, correct?
What do you mean alter it?
Well, move things. If you use any tools to do it, it might change things up a little bit. You take photographs initially before you make any changes or process anything, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And several of the photographs that you just testified about were photographs that you took prior to processing the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. So those initial photos that you take would most accurately represent the way that the crime scene looked just after the crime before you do anything to it.
Yes.
You testified about several swabs, DNA swabs that you took, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did you receive results from those?
I send them to the lab, and the detective receives the homicide detective receives the results.
Okay. You also swabbed the handles of the windows inside that teacher's lounge, correct?
I did not.
It's paused.
And I want to show you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, good.
What you previously noted as the window from inside that. And this is Exhibit 306. You testified that that's a window inside of the teacher's lounge, correct?
I'd have to take a look at another photograph to be able to, because that view.
It's too close for you to.
Yeah, I believe it is though. Just looking at the angle. But that's to.
I'll show you a couple more. It's fine. I'm going to show you before I come back to this one. I'll show you 304.
She's trying to get her on her credibility with a gotcha moment. It's not going to work.
Yes. Okay, so
Right.
This is inside the teacher's lounge, correct?
Yes.
303. Okay, and this is just a close-up shot of one of those windows.
Okay.
I mean, the defense is clearly reaching
And so
just
to
for
open these
anything.
windows, you just
Yeah.
pull up on the little.
Objection.
You pull up on the little, I don't know how to do it, but the little handle thing, and then just pull the window open, correct?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Judge? Sure. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, ma'am. State anything else?
No further questions.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take a lunch break. It's almost 1 o'clock. I'm going to ask you to please be back at 1, no, not 1, hold on. 1, 2. Please be back at 2:30. And so we can begin our afternoon session. Please leave your notebooks behind. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not begin deliberating.
So, wow, an hour and a half.
With anyone outside the courtroom or inside the courtroom.
Yeah. Are you going to take a break
Thank you very much.
during that and come back, or?
Yeah, real quick before I do that, though, let me show you guys something real quick.
What's the weather like out in Florida at the moment? Does anyone in the chat know?
Hot. Really
Def,
hot.
once again, they've got him in a sweater.
I mean, it's probably cold inside the courtroom. But real quick, I wanted to show you this. So this is when I fired an AR-15. You can see there's kickback when I fire it. I'm even having trouble steadying the rifle. You see, I'm having trouble like being steady with it.
Yeah.
So there's kickback, but it's as long as you're controlling how you hold the gun. Like you saw, like the person, the guy filming was like, bring your arm down a little bit. If you have your arm up too high, it could actually like affect the steadiness of the rifle. But that's me shooting, and then but I was out right there. So and then real quick, let me pull this
It's
up.
very minimal kickback.
Right. And then hold on. Just to give you an idea of the accuracy, though, even though I have no experience firing, this was that target. So, I mean, I aimed for the head. You saw how far away it was. I aimed for the chest. I got it right in the middle, right there.
Dead
Like
smack in the,
right
yeah.
Right in the X. And these are the headshots. I just aim for the head most of the time. These are the first 2 shots that I fired before I got control of the rifle. But it only took me those 2 shots to get control of the rifle. All of these are kills, dude. You know what I mean? Every single one of these are kills. You know, considering the size of those rounds. So just to give you an idea how easy it is to fire an AR-15 rifle. For
We will
anybody
give him
to
the
fire.
fact that 1, he was moving, 2, the targets were moving. But still, to go through that many
right. I'm not saying that
rounds and only hit that many people. Yeah,
but
it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you got to also understand it's a semi-automatic weapon. So that means you don't have to cock it, you know. You just start pop 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 pop. You could speed fire, you know what I mean? Now it's not an automatic one like a machine gun that you saw on the A team where it's just like not like that.
Yeah, he had to pull the trigger every time he wanted to fire a bullet.
Exactly, but you can do it fast, you know?
Yeah.
So he was probably not aiming very well and just going totally trigger happy and just pop, 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 pop.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, true. We haven't seen the gun yet, so we don't know if he had a sight on it and
he probably barely used the sight.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, for all we know, I mean, you saw me. I mean, obviously, I was accurate in shooting that, but I mean, when I fired a handgun, it was not, you know, that accurate and that easy to shoot. Like under pressure,
Yeah,
and
that is
the handgun, I still did pretty well, but the handgun had a laser sight on it. Now, not the kind that actually puts the laser on the target where the target can see that there's a laser on them. It's just the way that the sight was set up to where the laser was visible for the shooter only, right? And so I had that, and that made it way easier to fire. But again, I had to breathe and take my time and whatnot. But that doesn't mean that if you're, you know, in a situation where it's a turkey shoot, you're not going to hit 30 people, even though you're firing, you know, a 40-round magazine and having to reload it. You know what I mean? Again, like you said, there's moving targets. You're moving. You're not actually aiming. You know, even still with something like that easy, you're going to do a lot more damage with an AR-15 than you are going to do with a handgun. You know,
sure.
you just are, you know, and you're going to do a lot easier with an AR-15 than you're going to do with any rifle or gun. That's the whole point. That's why they're trying to ban them. You know, they're just there's no sport in it. They are make no mistake. They are assault rifles. They are designed to kill your target as accurately and quickly as possible.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Maybe I'll just leave this running, I guess, and just kind of have a blank screen here, and then we could just come back to it.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
And the chat, they can, you know, they can interact as much as they want. But I've got to do a couple things before we get back on anyway, but an hour and a half is definitely plenty of time for me to do these things. So
no problem.
But yeah. All right. Matt, I'll see you in a bit.
I'll see you when we come back.
Chat, feel free to hang out.
Sweet.
All right.